because of our weather right now, et cetera. So first off, amendments. Under consent agenda, we need to add the Emergency Management Performance Grant, and that would be under E. And then we will need to remove item H and item I because our surveyor is unavailable tonight. I would also like to move, I see Wendy here. They've been working all day. We have a lot of public comments tonight. I would like to move presentation to just ahead of public comments. We can put that at 3. Then public comments 4, commissioner comments can be 5.
Commissioner Chair Alcorn, I have an item that I need to add to the financial update in 4.
Okay.
It'll be the ODOT compliance review.
Okay. And that's part of your update?
Correct.
Okay, so we can leave that there. So we need to also add, we need to appoint a member to the CCD board. Let's put that at H. And then we need to discuss the FEMA hazard grant, and we can put that at I. Now, most of the comments tonight are here for discussion item G. So how do you guys feel about that? Would you like to move that forward in the agenda? Would you like to make some adjustments there?
Well, I think there's folks that probably have a long drive home, so
Move it up.
it would be, I would just make it item A,
Okay.
so that they can.
We'll switch A and G. How about that?
Sure.
Well, we might have some people from Mount Brescia. I mean, some of these other ones are less riveting and they don't involve the public so much, so you might want to add. I would suggest.
I'm looking.
Mount Brescia down to.
Mount Brescia.
Anybody here?
I didn't see anybody from Mount Brescia.
Okay, I take it back.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody here, so we'll put G, or I'm sorry, we'll put move G to A and A to G.
Okay.
That's all I have. Do you have anything? Did I miss anything?
No.
A lot of movement tonight.
No, my only was the CCD board appointment. That was added on already, so.
Okay. Patrick, anything?
No.
All right.
No.
I'll entertain a motion then.
I'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
I will second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, motion passes 3-0. So that moves us to presentation. Wendy?
Good evening. My name is Wendy Lang, and I am director of the juvenile department. And tonight I have the honor, with me is juvenile probation officer Lena Rube, and she's going to be receiving her 5-year pen I'm thrilled of the turnout for everybody to see Lena get her 5-year pin. This is amazing. Amazing. It is an honor tonight to be here presenting Lena Roop with her 5-year pin. Lena originally joined Curry County about 12 years ago when she accepted a job with the Curry County Sheriff's Department as a jailer. After 6 years of employment and working her way up to jail corporal, Lena had made the difficult decision to find a job in a Monday through Friday day schedule as she was then raising a family. Lena took a job at the state courts at the Curry County Courthouse, and through that position, she observed several juvenile court hearings and discovered an interest in juvenile justice. When the position came open in January of 2020 for juvenile probation officer at the Curry County Juvenile Department, Lena applied and was hired. From day one, Lena has been an asset to this department. Lena's calm demeanor and clear understanding of a juvenile probation officer's role make her effective every day. Lena carries an intense caseload, and due to her supervision skills, professional approach, and outstanding courtroom presentations that have earned her praise from our Curry County judges, she's able to be very successful at her job. In our small department, it's very important to step into roles and assist others when needed. Lena has cross-trained to cover our office admin. She does legal filings with the court. She oversees community service projects. Last Friday, our community service was cut when budget cuts happened, and last Friday she put on a different set of clothes and took 9 kids down to the Curry County Fairgrounds, where she then became a community service coordinator and oversaw that project. She doesn't complain. She does it with a smile on her face. I trust Lena to represent our department with pride and commitment anytime, any place. Our community partners respect her and her strong advocacy for the youth of Curry County. Lena is the first to jump in with encouraging words and a positive attitude. She appreciates her coworkers, takes the time for small tokens every single,
Go ahead.
every single holiday. There's always a little something homemade on our desk that shows her appreciation. Lena's outstanding supervision skills, organization, and understanding of her job are just the tip of what brings her to the juvenile department and makes her stand out. Our job in the juvenile justice system is very demanding, not only business hours, but after hours, in the middle of the night and weekends. And I expect a lot of my staff. Lena has never disappointed. She's always willing to do a midnight transport, work her lunch hour to help a youth fill out a job application, or take on extra tasks. I'm thankful that Lena and her husband Roger have made Curry County their home and are raising their beautiful daughters here. It's normal to see Lena walking to work. She enters our doors ready to be the one adult that can make a difference in a kid's life today. Lena is a juvenile justice advocate. She's Curry County Juvenile Department superstar. And with 100% certainty, I can say the youth of Curry County, the residents of Curry County, you, the Board of Commissioners, and especially myself and my staff, are blessed for her dedication and public service. There's a saying that says something about hard times don't last. And perhaps we're going through some hard times right now, or tough times. And tough people do. And I just am so grateful that we have people like Ms. Roop in our department. She is one of many. But again, I am truly honored to give her a 5-year pen. I hope that she retires at Curry County and everybody realizes how lucky they are. Congratulations. And for there's no North County folks, she is North County. Congratulations.
So,
You might forget that. Thank you.
so Wendy, I'm just going to make a brief comment before you guys run out. I know you guys have to go, but I just want to say thank you to you and your team and all of the things that you're doing for our county. We are all under difficult circumstances, to say the least, right now, but I see what you're doing. I see the impact it's having on public safety with our kids. And I know a lot of that is because of the people that are working with you. And like Lena, the innovation that she brings, the ideas, and your willingness to try them, we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Yeah.
The kids in our community deserve.
Can I piggyback on that too?
Sure.
With your department and even with Curry Prevention as well. So last week I attended an event that they hosted in Port Orford in North County. It was the pill
Prescription take back.
Prescription take back, and it was fantastic. So for anyone down here in Brookings listening, there is another event this Thursday at Wild Rivers Pizza. There's going to be a subscription take back. Please attend, please support, and let's get any extra prescriptions off the street and out of the hands of our kids, because that's the goal. So thank you guys for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lena.
I'm going to, hold on just one sec, Wendy, because I can't let Juvenile walk out without a comment. So what a lot of people may not know is that, not only does Lena do everything that Wendy just described, and their department does some of the most incredible things with youth that transcends just juvenile justice. The level of effort and care taken into kids in a preventative maintenance to prevent kids from getting into the system and in trouble is bar none. I will say that it also comes down to numbers. And the numbers that speak loudest in the juvenile justice world is called recidivism rates. And Curry County has some of the lowest, if not the lowest, recidivism rates in the state of Oregon, which that's where the rubber meets the road. Does a kid reoffend once they are in the care and oversight of this juvenile justice team? And our kids are more likely to be successful by a large majority than a lot of places in the state. So that's where the true rubber meets the road. So thank you guys.
Thanks. All right, moving forward, we're going to go to public comments. Before we start public comments, I want to say a few things about public comments. First of all, I'm going to apologize for butchering some of your names. Okay, it's very difficult to read some of your writing, so I'm going to apologize up front. If I say your name wrong, I'm sorry. All right, next is we have some rules associated with public comments. I'm going to read the rules off of the card that you filled out that apply to public comments. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes unless extended by the chair. You may not donate time to others. We've had problems with that in the past, so please keep that in mind. The board is not obligated to respond to any public comments. Speakers shall conduct themselves with respect. The chair reserves the right to declare any comment containing profanity, abusive, threatening, or slanderous content as out of order. So please be respectful. Not necessarily to us, but to our staff. Our staff works really hard to put these meetings on, so please just keep in mind that that they're the ones that are really affected by some of the things that have happened in the past. That being said, I'm going to put all the comments together tonight. Sometimes we do different agenda items, but we have so many, and I know that so many of you are traveling. So we're going to put all the public comments together and go through each one of them. So please keep your comments to 3 minutes. The other thing is, for those watching at home, or for those who will watch a recording of this later, I just want to remind you that anybody can step up to the podium. They can say anything they want. There's no verification of what they're saying to be factual. We haven't done any fact checking. We haven't done any work at all to verify the information that they're putting out from the podium. So as you watch this, please do your own fact checking. Listen to what they say. Do your own investigation. Do your own inquiry. Before you get on social media and you spread what they say and you put that out there as fact, we have had nothing but problems with misleading information. And what happens is is somebody will make a comment from the podium, it'll go on social media, people will read it on social media, then they will run into somebody at the store that doesn't have social media, and they'll say, oh yeah, Jay Trost, yeah, he's this guy that does these things. And it's not true, but someone told them, and they heard it from the podium at one of our meetings, so it must be true, right? So I just encourage people to listen to what people have to say and check it out, verify it. And if you're not sure, reach out to any of us. I had a really good meeting yesterday with a couple people that came to discuss some facts. And that's how government's supposed to work, so I encourage that. All right, so we will now move into public comments. First up is Georgia Cockerham.
Georgia Cockerham, Brookings. At the January 9th BOC meeting, I listened to the discussion among County Finance Director Keena Wolf, Treasurer Nick Facino, the Commissioners, and County Council. The discussion was one of confusion, surprise, and drama. The subject was $4.4 million Curry County received a few years ago, representing America Rescue Plan dollars contributed to COVID. The government required the county to report back on how the monies were spent. Nick explained being notified that the Department of Treasury had received expenditure reports on only part of the funding, leaving $2.7 million unaccounted for. The drama began with neither Keena nor Nick knowing whether $2.7 million was sitting unspent in one of the county's accounts. Confused statements included Nick stating, "We could have spent it," Keena, "We may have money, we may not have money. It's not transparent as to where the money is right now." The commissioners expressed great surprise upon learning of this possible fortune. Mr. Trost asked if it was reasonable to think that it's available in our Treasury account. Nick, "If it is, then we still have the funds." Mr. Hollinger, "Maybe we do have more money." Mr. Alcorn stated that the first thing we need to know is, do we have money or not? Listening, I wondered how County Finance Director Keena would not know if the county had an extra $2.7 million in its investment account. She oversaw the weeks-long budget committee workshops, after which the public was told that the budget balanced. How could the budget balance if $2.7 million had not been included with the county's assets? Was the money in an account unknown to the treasurer and finance director? No, the money, Nick explained, was deposited directly into the county's interest-bearing account. That's where most of our funds are, he explained. The drama continued. Mr. Trost expressed shock, stating, "This is a gut punch." Then about 15 minutes into the meeting, Keena made a startling statement, beginning with, "I already told you guys yesterday." And for me, as in any fictional story, that was the turning point. It was clear that she had already discussed the situation with the commissioners. Very strange. Why were the commissioners acting like they were hearing about this for the first time? Was I observing a stage show? Mr. Alcorn commented as though this was just another agenda item. "We'll have a target date of early February. You can update us on what you found." I then saw the whole discussion in a new light. If they really did not know whether the money was still in the county account, why were they willing to wait a month for Keena and Nick to complete some research and confirm whether the elusive $2.7 million was still available? Mr. Alcorn's last words on the topic did not resonate with the conversation and frankly added to the confusion. He stated, 6 years on the Budget Committee. I don't know if I'd have made the recommendations I made if I'd had the level of accurate information that I'm getting today. Thank you.
All right, next up is Andre Bay.
Well, I'm going to speak on an agenda item as well.
Now's the time to speak up.
This is the only time.
This is the only time we're going to have public comments tonight.
I'll speak on the agenda item. I read through that declaration of emergency,
got down to number 4. It says, I'm not going to quote this verbatim, but it says the county formally declares its intention to assume, I love that word, its constitutional management authority over all public forest lands. I'm on board. This is what I do. I'll fight the federal government. That's what you guys are going to do. I've been there. Eastern Oregon. Jay, you've worked with me. I wear my symbol. I'm all down. What do you need? We'll start dropping timber tomorrow. I'm all for this. Jay, you know I am. You need roads blocked? We got a D9. What do you need, bodies? I have access to over 100,000 call to arms. Let's do it. A conversation I had with you, I didn't know this was your plan, to have the kahunas to take on the federal government. There's drawbacks to it, though. Sometimes the FBI will assassinate you. We all know what I'm talking about, Mr. Finnegan. But we'll be behind you. We'll come. If you're going to take on 750,000 acres, we might come whether you like it or not to help. I'm there. Y'all got my number. I'm serious. And Ted, put your name on that, and I salute you, sir.
Thanks.
I've never won against the federal government trying to take their land away from them. More power to you.
And next up is Vicki Bradley.
Thank you for having this meeting here tonight. I hope we can see in the future the rotation between all of the cities.
That's what we're trying to do, ma'am.
That really opens it up. I want to speak, my name is Vicki Bradley. I'm from Harbor, and I just want to speak on the resolution item G. I'm just asking that this declaration be tabled and not decided on tonight until full disclosure can be made to the Curry County residents regarding the intended use and plans for the land. And by way of background and transparency, I read it. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a forestry management person, but it raised more questions than it did give answers. And by way of background, it's like how many acres are involved in the takeover. Curry County does not have funds or personnel to assume duties of public forest management. We don't even have sheriff's service in the harbor. We're broke. And then what exactly does forest management entail? Explain that to the lay people out here. And the state and the feds won't take this lying down. They'll surely want to challenge your claim to take over the constitutional management authority. And most likely that's going to lead to legal actions. And so how do we pay for that? How do we plan on countering that? And also the transfer of ownership of something this major also is a transfer of liability. So what are the potential risks in taking this land back, and what are we facing here as a county monetarily and legally and everything? In other words, what are your exact plans? I don't recall having any information about the details of this. I don't know if you've had workshops or not.
Can I just address that?
Yeah.
We're going to have a workshop on this on the 12th at 1 p.m. Not sure where the venue will be at this point in time, because I know there will be several people.
Probably the fairgrounds.
Likely to be at the fairgrounds,
Likely at the
depending on
fairgrounds.
conflicts, but likely to be
Yeah,
at the
so
fairgrounds.
I've reached out and I've already invited several state agencies who will be in attendance, representatives from senators to be in attendance, as well as other groups, tribal, et cetera, so, and public, so we can.
So
we
tonight
can-
is just the discussion of it. It's not that you're going to
So
approve.
on our agenda for that, it says it's a draft resolution. So we're still in our due diligence mode at this point. And it's going to take coordination and cooperation from everybody. It's not a hostile takeover. So I want that misconception to be killed tonight.
Right. I hope there's no
Yeah.
call to arms of any sort.
I hope there's no call to arms either, where it's very much cooperation with all entities, because we will need to have all entities still
Great.
involved.
So the workshop is open to the public?
Yes.
And our questions can be answered at that point?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just-
100% yes.
Yeah, there wasn't enough information to oppose it or to say
Yeah.
I'm all for it. It just opened up a whole bunch of questions for me.
Absolutely. I 100% understand that.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Next up, Brett Cecil. I got your name right, Brett.
Good to see you all this evening. Thank you for having us. I also am here to address item G. So I come before you this evening in regard to item G, as I stated, declaring a local emergency related to the wildfire hazard map and the wild and urban interface zone. I personally oppose this resolution on the basis of the hypothetical threats cited in the reasoning for the emergency declaration. Overreaching scope and nature of the state of emergency. Quote, the state of emergency shall remain in effect until the regulations imposed by the legislation discussed above is modified or repealed unless otherwise ordered by the Curry County Board of Commissioners. The hyperbolic nature of the political opinion and conjecture that appears as fact in this resolution, and the county's unlawful formal declaration of its intention to assume its constitutional management authority over all public forest lands within the metes and bounds of its border. The indeterminable legal repercussions that certainly will ensue with this type of action. The unforeseen costs and consequences that will fall upon the shoulders of this county and the citizens that live here. And the unexplored environmental impact and possibilities to ensue from enacting such a resolution. So we do seem to be overdue for a Northern Region BOC meeting. Might the Port Orford City Council chamber host said meeting? We'd certainly enjoy having everybody up there for a meeting. So that being said, I appreciate you taking the time to hear me this evening and consideration.
Thanks, Brett. And that was our intent, was to have it there tonight, but the conflict. And I do expect to see everybody when we do have it there. I hope we have a packed house there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, next is Meg Humphreys. Did I say that right? I hope I did.
Thank you. My name is Meg Humphrey. I'm the Watershed Council chairperson in Port Orford, and just wanted to express also that I'm not really in favor of this Resolution G as a way of just trying to preserve the forests in an effort to make sure that the watersheds, which are all interconnected in this whole coastal area, are all thriving and left intact as they need to be to help the forest thrive, the wildlife that exists there, and to keep the water flowing into each community in a clean and safe way so that everybody can continue to thrive in all these communities that are on the fringe of these areas that you intend to try to claim. That's all.
All right, thank you. Ashley Moore.
Hello, Jay and Brad. It's good to see you guys again. I'd like to thank you first for arranging the agenda. There are quite a few of us that drove here from Port Orford because I think a lot of us find this a very important issue. So I'd like to start by saying that as a firefighter, I'm speaking on option G or whatever we're calling it. I am against the declaration of emergency, at least for now. I think doing it now would be irresponsible. I think it kind of feels like fear-mongering to declare it this soon. I think more work needs to be done. I think the workshop, probably a good idea, but there's a lot more discussions and work that needs to be done before a declaration of emergency is declared. We are no more of an emergency now than we were 10 years ago, so an arbitrary color on a map doesn't change that in the real world. Where we live now and what we've been fighting now is the same that we were fighting 10, 15 years ago. Just because somebody made a map doesn't change that, if that makes sense. My question is, what's the goal here? Is it to really improve fire safety? Is it to really help the citizens? Because that starts with defensible space around the homes. It starts with what the building materials are made of the homes, and it happens with access to these homes, especially in the urban interface. And I am speaking to this from experience, from trainings. I am a certified wildland firefighter. I've been in the fire service over 20 years. That is the core of protecting homes in the urban interface. If it's truly about fire safety, then more work is to be done, more conversations to be had regarding this issue. I would also like to add on a separate note that we do still invite you to come to Port Orford. It has been over a year, I think, since we've had a meeting there, and we were maybe not promised, but due diligence was said to be done to do at least biannual, if not quarterly, and we have very nice facilities that are technologically advanced for the needs of the Board of Commission, and we would love to see you guys up there so that we don't feel ignored.
The road show is definitely back on schedule.
Okay. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob? Fanny? There he is.
You can fancy? Fancy. There you are.
Fancy.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Jacob, and I'm a resident, taxpayer, property manager, and small business owner in Curry County. As someone whose lifestyle and livelihood depends on our federal lands, the proposal to take control of them startles me. There are many people that live here, myself included, who rely on these beautiful places and don't wish for them to change. While I will be the first to admit that there are some things lacking in the Forest Service's management, I would argue that Curry County has a worse track record with its endeavors. I do not believe that you'll be able to provide the adequate resources needed to manage these lands properly. Excuse me. One only needs to look to our neighbors in Coos to see what county-managed forests will look like and the type of restrictions we will face with access. This is a dangerous precedent to set and an extremely unpopular one. Our public lands were set aside for the enjoyment of us all in perpetuity. Your choice to land grab for the sake of balancing your budget under the guise of fire safety is selfish and foolish. This will deeply affect the residents of Curry County, whom you should be honored to be bound to be serving. These people have recreated in these forests since before you're born. Please respect that legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jamie, same last name.
Fancy.
Fancy.
That's really fancy.
Fancy.
Hello, my name is Jamie Fancy. I am a Curry County resident who has had the privilege of spending countless hours exploring the amazing national forests in our region. I question any plan that might affect our forests, their biodiversity, their precious watersheds, and our access to them. So much of our public lands already sits behind locked gates, inaccessible to the public who owns it. Our public lands belong to all of us, to us recreationalists, hikers, campers, fishermen, hunters, foragers, and adventure seekers who enjoy these lands in Curry County. It's what brought many of us and keep many of us here. I fear any public lands acquired through this emergency declaration would never be returned. I would hate to see this happen out of fear and in guise to balance our county budget, and I stand in opposition to this hasty attempt to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Kim Foster.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Kim Foster, and I live in Port Orford. I'm here to speak on agenda item G, or now A, or whatever it is right now. Listening here today so far, I'm really impressed. You gentlemen truly have great resources in your constituents, which is surely a relief. No one person can know everything, or 3 people, or 4. But together, look at all of us here. Lucky for this commission, and all of us, we have knowledgeable taxpayers. And I mean, you work for us anyway. So why not loop us in on your projects explicitly, with enthusiasm? Because we won't charge you I don't know what Doyle Shanley got paid. I don't know what he charged you. But we wouldn't send you a bill for advice on how to run our land. We'd never do that to you guys. It's public land. And that's what this is about. Federal, county, public land belongs to us taxpayers because it affects us directly, not just with regards to fire. Well-managed watersheds mean clean drinking water and healthy farms and productive fish runs for our fishing industry. Unspoiled landscapes attract wealthy tourists and spur economic growth for our mom and pop businesses. Never mind the joy that we ourselves get from hiking, hunting, fishing, and recreating on our public land that we pay to maintain. We may disagree on technical details of how to best manage this land and how to execute fire risk reduction programs, and we should continue those conversations and listen to firefighters. But we will always have these direct connections to this land in question today. This is why we are here. Because at the end of the day, this land still belongs to us. We, the people, will decide how it's used. We tell you. I do thank you, Commissioner Hollinger, seeing as I voted for you. I thank you in particular for your attempts to get creative about ways to protect us from wildfires. It's really important. But hypothetically, if our representatives who work for us are encouraged by an outsider consultant to misuse our land without taxpayer consent or input, and this misuse hypothetically results in more expenses in the form of costly lawsuits and avoidable legal battles, which then taxpayers are going to have to pay for, well, that's kind of insult to injury, isn't it? Hypothetically. Because we are announcing now, we do not ask for that. We do not have money for that. It's too risky. So let the record show that if the representatives do declare a state of emergency, know that they have not been directed by their constituency to do so, to take on that financial risk. I look forward to working with you gentlemen instead to find more common sense solutions to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Clark Kuchrik.
Close enough.
I never get that right, Clark.
All right.
But I'm getting closer.
Clark Kusurik. Pleasure to see you, gentlemen, ladies. Clock, please. My name is Clark Kusurik. I live just north of Port Orford, and I am a homeowner and full-time resident of Curry County. I'm very proud to live here. I want to comment also on item G of your packet this evening related to emergency declarations and the wildfire hazard map. I note that you intend to unilaterally take such actions to remove or log fire-damaged trees within the area of the proposed disaster and to assess all attendant costs to the agencies responsible for them. I think that's interesting, but I want to take a moment and separate the wildfire argument from the origination point of this line of thinking. Back on June 10th, 2024, Mr. Hollinger, who I also voted for, I'm not putting you in the hot seat on purpose, but this is what you said. You came before this body to share a potential extremely lucrative plan for the county. Some clever ordinance work would allow Curry County to use the Apache and Navajo County Conveyance Act 2023-2024, also known as U.S. House Bill 3047, to generate revenue related to resource extraction on federal lands within the county. I quote an excerpt from his publicly recorded testimony. So essentially, we can then go through signing an ordinance. We can just sign an ordinance through health and safety of the county, and it allows us to create license, fees, and permits through this ordinance for, say, South Coast Lumber to go out and harvest the timber on federal property in the county where we can collect yield off of what is logged and managed, and it would be something that the county manages. So not only would we be able to go in and log this land, we could develop this land for recreation, and we could also develop this land for infrastructure, all through an ordinance. Nothing that has to be passed in the state of Oregon, and there is some more. I'd like to call attention briefly to the emphasis on yield and business activity, not wildfire management, nor bona fide emergency mitigation. Even setting transparency aside, an idea this bold raises some due diligence questions. As of last night, the Apache and Navajo County Conveyance Act is not yet passed by Congress nor signed into law by the President. It was placed on the Union calendar on December 12th, 2024, not the consent calendar. And this means that it has not even survived the negotiation and haggling process in Congress. There remains a very significant probability that this bill will die before it ever reaches the Oval Office. I'd like you to alert you to some deficiencies that I noticed in the resolutions before you this evening. There's a Fifth Amendment taking clause in a whereas. Fifth Amendment taking refers to private property being taken by the government. I struggle to see how the county, which is in and of itself a public body, is claiming that a Fifth Amendment taking has occurred unless the county is providing legal protection to benefit private property owners. If that's the case, I'd be curious to know which ones and at whose expense. On page 108 of your pre-review packet, the governor's name, Tina Colon, is misspelled. Attention to detail is important, especially when taking risks, or as one gentleman said earlier, taking on the federal government. It seems that this is wildly ahead of the legislation, and the author cannot even be bothered to double check the governor's surname. Until HB 3047 is signed into law, I urge you to vote no on the resolutions tonight and every night until it is the law of the land. I thank you for your service and wish you a productive and thoughtful rest of your year.
Thanks, Will. All right, next up is Janae Lloyd.
Hello, good evening. I'm Janae Lloyd, and I'm a Curry County resident, also here to comment on G. Thank you for your commitment to protecting this county's residents and for taking fire protection seriously. I lived for a time in Butte County where we saw the Camp Fire. I saw many friends lose their homes. That fire is considered one of the deadliest and most destructive fire in U.S. history. Despite extensive thin and burn strategies, the residents thought would protect them. The best available science shows that healthy, biodiverse forests help slow fires by maintaining moisture, cooling the land, and acting as windbreaks. 90% of fire damage is caused by wind. Open spaces created by logging can lead to higher wind speeds that make fire travel further, faster. Fire behavior experts that studied the Camp Fire noted that clear-cut and severely logged areas did not act as fire breaks, but rather as areas of intense burning. The approach being proposed did not protect us from fire, and it's a huge gamble financially, as it could lead to unexpected litigation and liability costs. As Clark just mentioned, the Conveyance Act given as an example was not successful. We should not aspire to something that is not successful, where we potentially bear the cost. I'm urging you to take a different approach, collaborate with the Forest Service, ODF, the State Fire Marshal, and the Curry Soil and Water Conservation District. Chart a course with a better chance of success. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil Holcomb.
The opportunity. As a resident and registered voter in Curry County, I'm concerned with the issues before the board tonight. And I'm particularly concerned with preservation of clean water, clean air, and the economic contribution to the local economy, which is provided by healthy forests and watersheds. I live in the wildland interface, and so I have a daily reminder that fire safety is important. Curry County is once again in the throes of a financial and political crisis, one exacerbated by questions surrounding the disappearance of millions of dollars and allegations of mismanagement and illegal activity between the board and the sheriff. Nothing before the commissioners should be considered a higher priority than the speedy public resolution of those issues. There's no doubt that the reduction of wildfire risk in the wildland-urban interface, as illustrated in the maps recently published by the state of Oregon, is a complex, multifaceted problem. Please take the practical approach of working collaboratively with our legislative representatives, state and federal agencies, to secure funding and find realistic solutions to keep residents safe, including to assist residents create defensible space and fireproof their homes. Please abandon any proposal to take over federal lands management, which will lead to costly litigation fees and unanticipated liabilities that Curry County cannot afford. There has been no credible cost-benefit analysis, nor credible legal analysis and justification of such a proposal shared with the public. Please don't spend our tax dollars to pursue this ill-conceived strategy. That Curry County simply does not possess the infrastructure or staff to support this scale of management has been demonstrated by that wasteful eyesore across the highway from Pacific High School. Has there been any progress toward the staffing of the Forest Land Urban Interface Classification Committee or the hiring of a Curry County forester? We have already in our community trained professional land managers of state and federal agencies. I suggest the commissioners actively pursue the formalization of cooperative agreements to further realistic solutions to our common problems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Kirk. This is a tough last name. Kirk Faverberg. Go ahead and correct me, Kirk.
Simple. Viverberg.
Oh, okay. Faverberg. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all this evening for your time. My name is Kirk Viverberg. I live on the Elk River in a house that was evacuated during the Elk River fire, along with many of my neighbors. And I wanted to thank you for supporting Jack and the police chief and his efforts up there those days. In spite of that experience, I would like to encourage you to reconsider your amendment to your declaration for an emergency declaration. And just reconsider for a while and get clear for the public as to what the objective is of the action. The clarity there, I think, is really important. And I'd like to direct your attention to a possible element of that crisis where we need your help. Currently, driven by the increase of risk, wildfire risk, the non-renewal rate for homeowners insurance through underwriters in Curry County is alarming, but manageable at this point. It's less than 5%. While Josephine County has more than twice that, their non-renewal and cancellation rate has passed 20%. And that is dwarfed by Siskiyou and Shasta County to the south, where non-renewal of homeowners insurance is about 40%. This is causing a forecast economic depression throughout what's known as Jefferson, the state of Jefferson. Homeowners insurance used to be only 8% of mortgage costs. Today, it's gone past 20 in the West. And it continues to increase at a rate far higher than inflation, driving inflation and adding to the housing affordability crisis, which I know you're trying to deal with. So how will you bring these insurance challenges related to this wildfire management under your control? I asked one specific question. Do you have a plan? And is the plan endorsed by any of the big three insurance liability firms? Risk Management Solutions, Cape Analytics, and First Street, all of which consult to the insurance companies that determine what our rates are and whether we get renewed. Because, without them, we will not be able to keep our homes safe and affordable. I direct your attention there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris Fiberberg.
Thank you. Chris Fiberberg, and I'm from Port Orford. And I'd like to acknowledge and say that I'm grateful for your interest in protecting Curry County citizens from wildfire risks, but I most strongly disagree with the direction you propose, specifically the emergency resolutions presented for consideration and Agenda D. Declaring that Curry County will unilaterally take control of federal lands is unlikely to make anyone safer from the threat of wildfire, but will quite likely put our county at risk for legal fees and liability costs on top of costly consultation fees. Several other people have spoken, I think, quite clearly on that topic. By way of example, the state of Utah's recent 10th Amendment lawsuit cost the state $500,000 and was rejected in January by the Supreme Court in an exercise that ultimately cost the citizens of Utah many millions of dollars more in consultant fees, and to address lawsuits filed in opposition to the state's proposed seizure of federal public lands. Moreover, taking control of these lands as proposed can only result in bad press, with people likely to take their recreational dollars elsewhere, to hike, to camp, to hunt, and to fish in more predictably, efficiently, and professionally managed natural environments. The Forest Service employs professional foresters, silviculturists, fire ecologists, fish biologists, geologists, wildlife biologists, and fuel reduction specialists to effectively manage these lands. This is certainly expertise that Curry County can acquire, but at what untold, unconsidered additional cost to our community. I urge you to take a more practical approach, reach out, work collaboratively with state and federal agencies to tap funding from existing fire risk reduction programs, and to work together with these agencies toward better solutions to help keep our citizens and natural landscapes safe. Thank you for considering my perspective.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not sure in the first name, but it's Bradbury DeCerna?
Zoe.
Zoe.
Yes. Hi there.
All right.
Hats off to a very articulate and well-informed constituency. We are lucky to have each other. My name is Zoe Bradbury DeCerna, and I'm a vegetable farmer in Langlois. I was born and raised there, and my love for the South Coast runs so deep that I couldn't help but return. I came back 20 years ago to start a business and raise my family here, and I've been here ever since. I'm here, along with the majority of people in this room, to express my deep concern about this draft resolution for taking over our public federal lands. I think there is a lot included in this resolution, but it seems to be missing one very important thing, which is logic. And I say that because why would our little county, which is so clearly underfunded and understaffed and under-resourced right now, with zero forest management experience, be equipped to take over 665,000 acres of federal land? Seems like a pretty tall order. Particularly in light of the recent debacle at Civic High, where the county's 30-acre clear cut ended up costing us, the taxpayers, instead of adding to the coffers. Or the $4.4 million of ARP funds that have gone missing. It's not a strong resume, I hate to break it to you. So again, why would you be making this radical proposal? And I think beneath it all, in the murk, we all know, and it doesn't seem to truly be about wildfire management. If you were genuinely trying to address wildfire risk, you probably wouldn't be trying to go it alone as an already broke county, and in the process severing ourselves from the pipeline of state and federal funds that are there to help communities like us. My understanding is that the new wildfire map that the state released is actually meant to guide state resources to communities most at risk, which would include us. So I'm not clear why we would want to go renegade and turn our backs on those potentially valuable resources. So why, again? And it seems likely that it's money, and it's a slightly alarmist way to go about getting it. We all know that the county is broke and has been for many years, and our commissioners are always trying to figure out how to bring revenue in on behalf of your constituents. And I applaud you. I think it's an enormously difficult thing to figure out in our rural corner of the state. The thing is, I don't think that clear cutting and mining our federal lands is the answer. I think a lot of people have already laid out many good reasons why tonight, but one, yes, it could cost us an untold amount in lawsuits and litigation. It's very short-sighted, and any revenues, if there are any, will be short-lived. And finally, it might cost you guys your jobs. Let John Herzog be a cautionary tale. That did not go over well. I think really Curry County can be more than a smoking swath of burned stumps. And if any of you have driven by Civic High School lately, and it sounds like you don't get up to North County very often, you know what I'm talking about. It's a very apocalyptic image, and I hate to think that that is the future we are charting for ourselves in this county. We have pristine rivers, we have world-class salmon runs, we have healthy ocean fisheries, we have viable farms and ranches, and we have a lot of tourists who want to come here because of all of this. So this is not an emergency, this is an opportunity. I think that the leadership that we need right now would be visionary leadership that would recognize these unique natural assets and amplify them, not cut them to the ground. So I ask that you guys table this resolution and drop the emergency declaration terminology altogether. And I also would love to invite all of you to come to Valley Flora, my farm, our family's farm on Flores Creek in Langos, and see an example of a thriving local business that operates within this community and feeds back literally and figuratively to everyone who lives there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lena
What was your
Hawthorne.
So,
Lena Hawthorne.
Hello. Thank you all for seeing us today. It's always a hard act to follow, so it's bad for me. But I also am here to oppose agenda now paying. My name is Lena Hawthorne, and as a lifetime resident of Curry County, I would like you to at least slow down and ultimately reject this proposal. While wildfire prevention is critical, declaring an emergency and threatening unilateral action could bring legal battles, environmental harm, and financial strain, none of which, as we all know, Curry County can afford. As someone who had to evacuate their childhood home during the Grassy Knoll Wilderness Fire, I know firsthand the fear and devastation wildfires bring. I fully support proactive fire prevention, but unilateral action is not the answer. The Kalmiopsis wilderness and Rogue Siskiyou natural forests are federally protected for a reason. They provide vital ecosystems, recreational opportunities, and economic benefits. Hasty action risks damaging these assets, weakening our economy, and undermining necessary state and federal partnerships. Curry County already struggles financially. Taking on costly forest management without guaranteed reimbursement would only worsen our budget crisis. Instead of rushing into risky unilateral action, we should be working with federal and state agencies to secure funding and implement sustainable wildfire prevention. I'm not here to necessarily stop action, but I would like you to be taking the right action, and please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie Stevens.
Thank you. As a resident of Port Orford and a small business owner there, I would like to voice my opposition to this current attempt to call for a state of emergency, potentially using wildfire prevention as an excuse to give private companies control over our public lands. I was born and raised in Oregon and will untiringly, with people here tonight and supporters far and wide, do what I can to oppose decisions that will result in the desecration of the lands and waters of our beloved Curry County. If we are concerned about our natural resources, management decisions should be made by a diverse and collaborative team of people, with a strong emphasis on including the local tribes. From the very recent example of what happens when decisions are made without due transparent process and collaboration, the nonsensical clear-cut and soon-to-be Gorse Farm on 101 across from Civic High School, it is clear that we need to have a more long-term and educated approach to our public forest lands. I'm asking you to not declare a state of emergency at this time and to give everyone a chance to make a decision that will best preserve these important public lands for generations. Thank you.
Tim Palmer.
Thank you. I'm Tim Palmer. I'm speaking here on behalf of the County Arts Audubon Society, which has 400 members in our county. And I hate to be disagreeable here, but it's our opinion and actually our observation that your proposal to take over management of our national forest with our level of government is not practical, not legal, will result in high costs and consultant fees, litigation and liability, and will fail to provide for fire safety. So a couple of points here. Number one, resolutions say that to prevent fires, you're going to cut down trees in our national forest. You propose this without forestry expertise, without a budget, without evidence that your approach would work. You plan to bill the federal government and expect it to reimburse you. Second point, recognize that the fire break that you intend to cut would have to be constantly maintained down to dirt in order to not become overgrown with gorse and brush that would be even more fire prone than the trees that were there. Your fireproofing would be east of the belt of industrial forest with its dense plantations. And even if your logging would stop fires, it would not protect our homes and our towns from fires in that highly flammable industrial forest that's immediately upwind. Point number three, we'd really appreciate it if you would drop all references to the quote mineral utilization in your resolution. The resolution was obviously copied from some boilerplate taken elsewhere. It states that, quote, curtailment of mining has diminished the health of the forest. In the past, the commissioners took strong action to prevent strip mining that would ruin our forest, put fisheries at risk, pollute our four of our rivers, and residents turned out 200 at a time opposing this with no one supporting the mining. So at least take that provision about mining out of your resolution. Point number four, the county made a mess of logging north of Florida. That gives us little confidence that you can manage the forest for the length of the county. And it's not just us who care. People nationwide care about the public lands that belong to all of us. And efforts to outsource management of them will meet with a lot of opposition. Number five, turning to what should be done about fires. Upgrading residential structures and management of the land directly around them is proven to be the best and most affordable path to prevention of damage. Concerns that, unlike national forests, fall directly under county government purview. These solutions will actually lower homeowners' insurance costs, unlike the proposal in front of us today. And finally, turning to what should be done about county funding. The worst budgetary problems of Oregon's timber counties began after the legislature eliminated the excise tax on logging in 1999. County receipts statewide for industrial timberlands immediately fell from $120 million a year down to $18 million. Reinstatement of that tax that was routinely accepted for decades is a more practical solution than your plan tonight. Please drop your references to taking over management of our public land. It's our land now because we are members of the United States here. We don't need, the county doesn't need to take over management of this land. Doing that would only make the job of addressing fire risk more difficult, more contentious, and less likely to succeed. Thank you.
Tabitha Rod? Reed. Sorry.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, I think folks have said quite a bit already. I have some questions that I won't repeat, but I have limited time, so I'm Tabitha Root. My family's been dairy farmers, loggers, and respected citizens on the southern Oregon coast since its American inception. I'm a resident of Gold Beach, and I have over 10 years of experience in natural resource management with federal agencies and nonprofit organizations throughout the Pacific Northwest. Due to the lack of time afforded for consensus to have an informed collective response to these proposals, I'll be speaking for myself as a small business owner, working to increase the pace and scale of land management, rather than as a representative of any of the organizations I work with locally or regionally, to the irrationality of both proposed resolutions in Appendix G. I would like to ask how much money has gone out the door in developing this strategy, which was not approved by these citizens, and who in this effort really has experience in land or resource management, as people have pointed out. The issues that this board is charged with, housing and family services, do not exactly attract qualified citizens to be running this proposal. And then finally, has there been any consideration to manage these lands with tribes whose sovereignty is legally stronger and temporally longer than the county's claims? I would also like to address the options the county has and has had to participate in public land management, which have been ignored in order to pursue these resolutions, as well as the local efforts that have been successful, despite the lack of support from the Board of Commissioners or county at large. It is well known that the Forest Service has been understaffed and underfunded since the timber wars. However, rather than advocate for increased resources to enable active management, this board has chosen to blame the public servants who remain. As a former employee of the Forest Service in Gold Beach, I am keenly aware that these federal employees, who by the way cannot be present tonight, are active and engaged members of the community, dedicated to incorporating local decision-making, and do not deserve to be thrown under the bus of the assumptions and broad-brushed allegations of intentional delay, laziness, malfeasance, or conspiracy. Good neighbor authority, stewardship, and co-management agreements are all reasonable options to achieve the goals of this proposal without alienating our federal partners or destroying our landscape and watersheds to solve the latest budget crisis due to mismanagement. There are many counties and timber companies throughout the Northwest working together through these mechanisms to achieve ecologically and economically sustainable land management. I encourage you to investigate these further or reach out to the local forest collaborative for more information. This proposal also intends to upend the good past and future work of organizations and agencies in Curry County, when less effort can be made to work with and support these organizations. For example, the Wild Rivers Coast Forest Collaborative has successfully brought over $1.3 million to the county over the past 4 years, and was instrumental in protecting Agnes from the 2023 flat fire, with thinning treatments funded with state dollars on federal lands. The county could be profiting through indirect costs and existing agreement mechanisms while supporting local organizations, rather than investing in a proposal that seeks to divide locals on partisan ideologies, as well as threaten the ecological and economic health of the region. Whew. This board has made little attempt to connect with the collaborative in this process, nor other organizations that are critical to addressing a wildfire emergency, namely CFPA, Oregon State Fire Marshal, and the rural fire departments, whereas previous commissioners have been active participants. Again, the lack of experience, transparency, and willingness to collaborate is evident. Finally and formally, because this has been brought up as I'm supportive of this proposal, which I'm opposed to this proposal and the lack of consideration it has for partnership and bipartisan collaboration. These are not only lands for Curry County, they are American public lands and a huge reason why your constituents and tourists live and move here. And why I think the West is best. I've heard you say many times, we want the same things, a functioning restoration economy with active management of forest lands for ecological health and wildfire risk reduction. However, the county has not shown any capability to manage the current infrastructure and systems of Curry County. Therefore, I have no confidence in your ability to take on public land management with any beneficial result, especially without the support of federal programs intended to support workforce development and capacity building in natural resource management. Finally, this board has had several illegal meetings violating public meeting laws on this matter. The lack of transparency or accountability in this process is appalling. I strongly believe these actions warrant recall of several of this board, or at very least, an increase in size to avoid accountability and adherence to these public meeting laws. I came to you guys with some of these options. I want people to know that they still exist. And there is a way for the county to be making money working with local organizations that are bringing money to this town. So, thank you.
Next up is Joy May. looks like, yes, did I get that right? Good.
We did. It's a short one.
It is. I'm thankful for that.
Good evening, commissioners. I want to tell you that I do appreciate that each of you has stepped up to an incredibly difficult job of being a county commissioner. That said, I cannot tell you how proud I am of my fellow Curry County citizens who have come before you to express their concerns about the protection of our forests, our environment, our way of life, and to simply, as good citizens should, question what is happening in their county. So I have come to join those voices, but there have been so many people who are much more articulate and much more knowledgeable than myself. So I'm going to make this pretty short. See, I'm going to just be blunt and upfront here with my feelings. My husband was a wildland firefighter. He's retired now. But you will find two more people who understand more the dangers of wildland fires. I don't understand how the resolution that looks like it's not in draft form anymore, and the draft resolution really pertain to protecting our community. I do believe they perhaps are a quick fix to our county's budget woes. And indeed, were presented in that way at that June budget meeting. With a simple stroke of a pen, simply signing an ordinance, we could have a lucrative situation for our county. When that was presented, there was no mention of a county emergency. There was no mention of a solution to catastrophic wildfires. There was no mention of this perhaps being a solution to our housing crisis. And instead, presented in such a way that it would help the county's budget. But lo and behold, you got to have some reason to seize public lands. And so it seems to me that the commissioners have jumped on the newest bandwagon that catastrophic wildfires are caused by poor forest management. Utilizing the public's understandable fear of wildfire, the understandable concern over housing, and the tensions surrounding the wildfire hazards map, the commissioners seem to have found a way to explain their actions. Actions that will be highly detrimental to the lands and citizens of Curry County, and which will invariably cost the county dearly in legal fees. And I am sorry, but as far as the county managing these forest lands, it's not a fluke that there are a lot of people here from the northern part of the county. We know firsthand the experience of having the county manage forest land. You can drive up 101, look across from Pacific High School, and see it for yourself. So I urge the commissioners to disapprove both the resolution, and I am assuming that that will be discussed in the workshop, even though that's ready for signatures tonight. That, along with the draft resolution, will be discussed in the workshop coming up.
All of this will be discussed.
Perfect. Thank
We're going
you.
to discuss it tonight. We're going to discuss it in the workshop. It's all going to be discussed.
Thank you. Love the answer to that question. Thanks. And as a quick aside to the draft resolution, I was unaware that the powers of the county commissioners extended to improving the morals of the inhabitants of Curry County, as it states in the first paragraph. So, you know, if that draft was ever approved, I'm just very curious as to which set of morals will be the guideline for improving, say, my morals as an inhabitant of Curry County. Just curious. Thanks for your time.
Edward R., is it Cross? Gross. Edward R. Gross. There it is.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present some of our views. I'm pretty much strongly opposed to this resolution, whatever it may read. I haven't seen it yet. But have any one of you had wildland firefighting experience other than watching it on TV? This resolution looks more like a timber grab than an act of benevolence and protection for the citizens of Perry County. You have a contract with the Road System National Forest for the construction of fire lines and roads and all the associated harvest. Are you aware that the Road System Forest already has a national first-class firefighting team? We have developed this over the last 30 years. So why is it necessary for untrained county commissioners to develop and perform what the forest districts already do very well? Many of you have firefighting experience and understanding of this very specialized job. Have you secured a wildland firefighting team to maintain the fire line? Who would you contract to do the work? This proposal, in summary, seems to be running under the radar of little to no evaluation or study of the impending dangers with managing your own land or the newly acquired land in wildfires. I leave opening up and the real reason and the money behind your plan would provide more benefits to the citizens of Curry County. Thank you.
Kelly Timchuk?
So I'm actually speaking to Agenda I. Take it off of the docket tonight, but I'm kind of addressing the commissioner, so if it's okay, I'll go ahead.
Please.
Okay, thank you. My name's Kelly Timchak. I'm from Gold Beach, and I'm here on behalf of the Curry Watersheds Partnership. And I wanted to speak to you guys about the proposed changes to the Curry County floodplain ordinance. So, we understand that these changes being required by FEMA were introduced rather abruptly and placed a significant burden on counties to implement them within a constrained timeline. Nonetheless, these rule changes and ordinances have the potential to directly affect our ability to implement projects that benefit the citizens and the economy of Curry County. Therefore, we ask the Board of Commissioners to work with us to find a path forward to ensure compliance with the law while also making sure that the permit process is efficient and effective for all parties. The Curry Watersheds Partnership routinely brings in $2 to $4 million annually in state, federal, and private funding into Curry County. These dollars predominantly go to on-the-ground projects that assist residential landowners, ranchers and farmers, and forest landowners and others to improve their management of land, which benefits the county at large by reducing the risk of wildfire and by improving the health of rivers and salmon populations, and also by strengthening our local economy. When this work is impeded by inefficient regulations, it negatively impacts the citizens of Curry County and can lead to an inefficiency and wasted dollars. So we understand that FEMA's floodplain regulations have placed a significant burden on the county and that ultimately FEMA needs to account for unintended impacts that the regulations are having on our work and the rights of all the landowners in the county. But until that happens, the county's interpretation and implementation of FEMA's regulations will dictate the extent to which our work is impeded and the landowners' use of their land is impacted. We are really eager to work together to find a path forward that supports compliance again, while ensuring critical projects continue to move forward efficiently. So we appreciate your time and consideration, and we do look forward to engaging with you in meaningful discussions on this important issue.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, so we have one more public comment, and that is someone who's not here who has messaged us, and that is Brookings City Councilwoman Peretta, Jake, can you access your email? I've got a text, but I'm not sure if the text is the same as the email.
Email here.
I don't want to leave anything out. I'd like to read it verbatim.
I don't see it, so.
Okay. I'll read the message that I received from Councilwoman Peretta. Public statement of support for the County Commissioner's resolution declaring an emergency. I express my strong support for the resolution declaring an emergency under consideration by the County Commissioners. The order is a crucial and necessary step to address wildfire and recent legislation negative impacts on our community's ability to address the need for housing, both stemming from the federal and state's failures to properly manage our surrounding forest lands. I urge fellow residents to support the County Commissioners in this important effort to safeguard our community. I am confident this emergency order will help ensure the safety and well-being of all of our citizens. I commend the County Commissioners for their leadership and commitment to protecting our community. And that's it. And that's a message verbatim from her that I just received a few minutes ago. All right. Did I miss anybody? Sometimes that happens. Nobody? Okay. All right. That will conclude public comments, and we will move into commissioner comments. I'll go first. I am not going to make any comments on what most of you commented about, Measure G. My thoughts and comments will come out in the discussion as we discuss it. But I am going to address our first speaker's comments, which is Georgia Cockerham's comments. Her comments inferred some things and can very easily create a misleading context. So I want to address a couple things that she said. One was, how could our finance director, Keena, not know about where this money was? Well, I'm going to tell you how. Because the previous finance director and the previous treasurer didn't put the money where it was supposed to go. They didn't document it correctly. They didn't log it correctly. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. And when we hired Keena, she literally had to come in here and pull a string on each thing to try to figure out where everything was supposed to be and how much it was supposed to be. We didn't know. It wasn't done correctly. So when Ms. Cockerham said that I said 6 years ago, or I was on the budget committee for 6 years, and if I would have known what I know now, I wouldn't have made the recommendations I made, she's absolutely correct. I did say that. Absolutely. If I would have had accurate information about our financial situation, I would not have supported the use of the road funds that I did. But now we brought somebody in from out of the area that has a very detailed expertise of government financing, and now we're getting a very accurate number of what we don't have and what we do have. And yes, we did discuss this. In fact, Keena came to me and said, we got a problem. The government reached out and said, where's this money at? And I'm looking and I'm trying to figure it out, and I'm working the problem right now. But it's still developing. It's still going on. In fact, we're going to talk about that tonight in her update, because every day we're learning more and more and more. There were so many mistakes made by the past people in these positions. It's egregious. So, yes, and when Keena brought it to my attention, the first thing I said is we're going to talk about it tonight. We're going to put it on the agenda. We're going to discuss it publicly and be transparent with it. So, yes, and that is what happened regarding that. That's all I have regarding comments. Commissioner Hollinger?
Yeah, I'm going to be saving my comments as well for once we get into discussion item A.
Okay. Commissioner Tros?
No comments.
Okay. All right, we will move on to consent agenda.
I will move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
And I will second.
All right, motion is second. All in favor?
Yes.
Real quick before you, if for a moment of discussion.
Sure.
A couple of things that I think are going to be are really important for the community is the the approval for the job description of a planner. It's been a real uphill battle that Director Fitzgerald and Rabia and the whole team has been working on. So that's a really good step in the right direction.
Well, I was notified yesterday that all of our backlog of planning items are now caught up to January 20th, 21st. So we're just about completely caught up on the whole backlog of planning items.
Yeah, and hopefully this, if we are able to move forward, it will prevent that from somewhat happening. Because with the incredible efficiency of getting the backlog updated, now everybody who just got their plans approved want their contractors there now, and so they're all now scurrying. Electricians, plumbers, everybody's scurrying to try to get those things done for everybody who got everything approved, all at at a go. So, anyways, it's going to be great. Love it. And that was all my comments. So I'm ready to vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
And yes, motion passes 3-0. That moves us into our discussion action item, which is titled Declaration of Emergency Wildfire Hazard Map and Wildland Urban Interface. Who wants to start?
Well, actually, I would like to ask Commissioner Trost a question containing that both of these resolutions have direct correlation with each other. What do you recommend we start with first? Do we want to discuss the fire mapping issue first in the wildfire, or should we jump into the federal land thing based off of the majority of the comments?
Well, I mean, I am willing to talk about the wildfire map.
How about we start with wildfire map, because a lot of what I'm going to talk about as well, and getting into some of the constitutional stuff as the basis of our emergency, will pertain to your presentation on that as well.
Okay. So many of you may or may not know I've been harping on this for over a year now about the pending Senate Bill 80 wildfire hazard mapping project, and so there has been a lot of comments regarding the map itself. Why are we waiting till now to address it? Why did we not take advantage of any commissioner opportunities for listening sessions? How come our concerns were not heard? I've heard a lot of these things, most recently in the last 3 days, and I do want to acknowledge that there's probably a lot of people who sent emails in from North County that didn't speak today, but just know that all your emails were received and read, so you know that that did happen. So back to the map. So a couple of things. So the map itself. For those who don't know, a little back history. It was born out of the significant acreage of burning in 2020. 2020 legislation decided that there needed to be a wildfire map, risk assessment map. That didn't go over very well. It was the first Senate bill. It got repealed and replaced with Senate Bill 80, which was now a wildfire assessment mapping project. It was the exact same thing, just they changed some colors and took extreme off and left just high, moderate, and low. And so with this, there's a couple of things. So part of Senate Bill 80 states that insurance companies are not allowed to use the map. However, it was brought up. I do want to point out that the county commissioners were provided with 2 opportunities to make comment on the map. One was early in the summer, and one was recently in the fall. I was present both of those opportunities to make comment, and I did. And so I will tell you the comments that I had made. The comments that I had made, so I want you to also understand that no local fire jurisdictions were consulted in the development of the map for any counties. The map project was essentially done at Oregon State University and outsourced to an organization in Montana, who just basically used, compilation between, LiDAR maps, GIS, et cetera, without any true understanding or relevance of, unique wind patterns, Checo effect, things of that nature, right? And so some of the things that were not taken into consideration that I had brought up on both accounts was our blessed marine layer. Our marine layer protects about 95% of our constituents. About 95% of all the people in Curry live within the marine layer. That we all know comes in and saturates our area pretty much consistently in the summer. The other thing that was not brought into consideration was that we have not had a catastrophic wildfire within our marine layer for over 112 years. That was not brought into as a consideration when developing the map. Those 2 things, just in particular, should have provided much more of a genuine mapping of our area than we were provided. Now, why I was so adamant about pushing back on these things was because I knew that the consequences that come with the map, and I had received emails that said, I don't think it's drastic enough. The map's not drastic enough. It should have been stricter. It should have been. There should be more restrictions. I tend to disagree, and so some of the things that were we knew were coming were going to be the increased building and planning expectations for anybody that lives in the wildfire or wildland interface areas, right? The WUIs, and also. It did not just stop there. So the insurance issue was brought up by a gentleman over here. So yes, we are seeing that our neighbors who are in similar situations as us, in terms of having a good majority of the population identified in the high risk category, receiving incredible percentages of non-renewals on their insurance. We have many ranches, many individuals here who are now put into positions where they cannot afford their properties any longer. They've seen exponential rise, sometimes fivefold. One of the commissioners here who lives in the city limits, received a non-renewal because of their wildland fire risk score, which was sent to the state, and the state did recognize it as illegal. And that was a major, that was Progressive Insurance. I just want you to know that this will impact all of our livability in the entire county. It will impact our ability to develop what lands we have left for housing. It will impact the ability to sell homes. It will impact, these are not small matters. And I can understand if many of you have not seen this, felt it, or been bothered by it. In fact, the resolution or the declaration may be more bothersome than what you have had to deal with if you received your letter of living in the WUI areas or in high risk zones. The other piece of this is that the legislation does not affords an appeal, but it notes that regardless of what you do to harden your home, so you do all the parameters. You create an envelope on your home that's fire retardant, hardy board, metal gutters, metal roof, all those things. You create defensible space. It will not change your designation. Okay? So that does not change your ability to be insured. It does not change your ability to afford your home. And if you get a non-renewal, how you're going to explain that to your mortgage lender on retaining your home. Now, that all sounds scary, and it is, because that's the reality some places. Some people right now, as we sit here to discuss this, are dealing with this. They are facing this. And so it's not something to be taken, I guess, lightly. Now why now? Why now is because it was codified effective essentially January 1 is when it was codified. There's a 6-month window to begin your transition to all of the home hardening expectations. Now, granted, I will say this: if you do have a pre-existing home that is in these areas that are mandated to make these changes, now I will tell you this: a lot of it, North County isn't in the high zone for the most part. It's moderate to low. The entirety of South County up to Pistol River, where essentially 2/3 of the county's population lives, is in the high risk zone. So although there may not be as much change in home hardening expectations for the folks up north, it is detrimental to the individuals who live in this area. And so that is why it is now that we are essentially looking to try to create safeguards. Now, the other piece of this is, it was mentioned several times today, the greatest thing that we can do is be our best stewards. Right? That's what we can do to protect ourselves from wildfire. And I will tell you this, yes, private ownership are the greatest stewards. Part of the reason why we do have such low risk, essentially, to many of our areas that have not been burned is because we have a buffer in between the federal forest lands and our marine layer, where most of us live, and this private timber industry. And the private timber industry is managing their land. Right, and so that actually is a protection. Zero fires, zero fires since 2002.
Valley started by South Coast.
Sorry?
Carpenter Valley fire, 2017, started by South Coast timber, trash burn, had danger of burning down Brookings.
Carpenter Valley? Carpenterville fire in 2017?
Yes.
What?
Was it the one in the fall?
I forget the name.
Well, I
live in Carpenterville. I just want to know what you're talking about.
So do I.
Check the bar fire in 2017. That one started.
I can show you the news report.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're. there was a house fire in 2017. I do know that on Carpenterville. But regardless, of all of the major, every single one of them has been started on state and federal land. 750,000 acres since 2002. And you want to see an apocalypse? You want to see apocalyptic scenarios? You should have been up in the Checo Bar fire after the fire. It looked like the moon, as far as you could see. You know, we want to talk about preserving. We want to talk about preserving. We've lost 750,000 acres of land. Now, I will say this. What's interesting is they keep really good track over the years. From 1911 to 2022, right? It's pretty interesting. So pre-1937, when the ONC Act went into place, average in Oregon, 200,000 acres burned. ONC Act goes into place all the way to 1990 when the Endangered Species Act came into play and we stopped logging. Average 20,000 acres. Average 20,000 acres in the state of Oregon burned. For that many decades. Then in 1990, we have the implementation of the ESA. We stopped going into the forest, and now we're back up to 200,000 acre average. It's not hard to see.
You be careful about correlation to copy.
Well, I will say that there's one thing that changed. There's one thing that changed. We stopped actively managing in the forest.
Could I add to this as well? So back in November, Commissioner Trost and I attended the Association of Counties conference in Eugene. I attended a meeting, and it was the 2024 wildfire update for the state of Oregon. 2024 had the most burned acres in the state of Oregon in Oregon's existence. While they were essentially talking about it, several items came up that I found were very interesting. One being the amount of smoke just from 2024 from these fires released into our atmosphere. The ODF, head of Forest Service, and the chief fire marshal were there, said that smoke released into our atmosphere is more than humankind ever did in its existence. They said they're blaming, quote, climate change, but then they make another comment that says, quote, drought, right? We're not in drought. So what they're saying is that a lot of our rain doesn't get the proper penetration into the soils, and it's through a process called envirotranspiration. That means that there's so much, essentially, buildup on the forest ground that there's not the penetration of the waters being able to get into the ground tables. So, you know, maybe some of that's self-inflicted. There could be more management. There could be clearing of some of that, and those are items that we're looking to explore.
In a wilderness, in old growth wilderness that had never been logged in low temperature burn.
So I want to avoid a town hall back and forth environment. It's Commissioner Hollinger's opportunity to make a statement right now.
And these again, these will be able to do that.
Well, you can come and see any of us anytime.
Well, next week we're having a workshop next week as well, where we can get into further detail with this as well. So,
go ahead.
But those were items that I caught on that were discussed during that conference at the Association of Counties. I thought I would just share that. So, please. If you'd like to continue, Mr. Trost.
Well, I mean, some of the other thing, I would just point out this. Oregon is the #1 softwood lumber producing state in the nation. We are the #1 plywood producing state in the nation. I will say this, that so in the state of Oregon, 63% of our forest land is owned by the federal government. They harvest 8% on sustainable yield, 8% of what is available there. That leaves 36% annually die off, and 56% into increased annual yield growth. So the density is essentially halving each year to a larger degree. If you contrast that by our private timberlands, our private timberlands have a 77% yield rate on sustainable yield. That leaves that 12% of the private lands have a net growth into the next year's yield, and 11%, it leaves 11% death rate. So there's less trees dying, more trees sequestering carbon, as I've heard over here, Mr. Cecil, in the building of homes and et cetera. And on a sustainable yield, they are not in the business of destroying the forest, because that is the economy.
We're not gonna do a town hall right now.
So it's interesting. So at any rate, that's that's where I'm at.
So if I'd like to jump in. So, you know, my background, I'm a fisherman. I spend a lot of time out on the rivers. So to think that there's a conception out there that we're essentially going to rape and pillage the land and open strip minings and clear cut and leave things as they were, as a previous administration approved the clear cutting across from Pacific High School. That's very much not our intention in moving forward with this at all. This is more of a stewardship program that we're looking to implement. We're not looking at creating our own jobs or new jobs within the county that are going to be out there. We're looking very much to partner and cooperate with the existing agencies who will still be the ones continuing to do the work. Let me make that very clear. But we will also, this will also open up for the opportunity for private industry to help work on the existing and expired NEPAs that have already been approved through these agencies. So, you know, again, we're hoping to create renewable harvest stands, incentivize industries, you know, like biomass and timber. We're looking to be stewards for parkland areas, for habitat, looking for watershed enhancement. You know, hiking areas, recreational areas, non-motorized areas. Those are all recreational items that we hope to continue to be good stewards of and to be able to give the public the access to as per the Constitution. We're not looking to be the owners of this federal land. So the main idea is that we are going to be holding the agencies accountable to continue to do their jobs. We are the closest elected officials to the people with special authority under environmental and jurisdictional law to see these matters through to success. So we're working right now on completely overhauling our land use plan for the county, our comprehensive plan, and our wildland urban interface plans. The state and federal agencies, by law, are supposed to be consulting with the county on an annual basis in order for them to move forward with their plans. That's not happening. That hasn't happened in forever. We're going to implement that going forward. That's the law. And I'd like to read a statement here. It's from 2015. It's from, at the time, Commissioner David Brock Smith. And it's in regards to the mining and not wanting the strip mining to happen in the county. I don't want to strip mine. Come on. But in his letter, and I want to read word for word, the purpose of the federal coordination policy as outlined in section 1.14.020 is that Curry County asserts its maximum rights to coordination as provided by law with all federal agencies conducting activities in or affecting Curry County, and the policies contained in the federal coordination policy are enacted with the express intent of developing meaningful and productive relationships with the federal agencies that coordinate with Curry County. That's not happening right now. It's going to start happening. And the main reason behind a lot of this is to get the federal and state agencies to start cooperating and fall under their jurisdictional law with the county of Curry. So that is a lot of the foundation on what we are working on. Our consultant that we're working with, Mr. Shamley, to answer the question on how much has he charged us so far, he came up for a 2-day class back in the middle of November. Think travel and his 2 days of time was like $2,400. I put him up at my house, at my lodge, for free, no charge, to keep costs down for the county. I took him out to dinners to keep costs down for our county. And he came and he gave us essentially a 2-day class on constitutional law. He created a website for us as well that you guys are all welcome to check out. It's called countystrong.org, where it has all of the jurisdictional documents, videos, etc., that do support what we are looking to do going forward. And then to address Apache County, Arizona. So the Apache County Resolution number 2011 to 2014 declaring an emergency in Apache County due to their wallow fire, which was a 600,000 acre fire that degraded their forest condition and brought as much threat to them as our Chetco Bar Fire or Biscuit Fire. They did pass that. They did implement a stewardship program based on that, and it's been very successful. I'm actually going there tomorrow for the next 4 days to put eyes on everything myself, to talk with the people who are involved, to see the industry that was created, to see the restoration of the forest and the watershed and the benefits that came with that. But not only that, but to get a much further education from him as well over constitutional law and what our jurisdictions are with this moving forward. To clear up jurisdiction, so it's jurisdictional category number 4, which is a proprietary jurisdiction, which there's, the other ones would be, you know, there's national parks would be like, I believe category 1, category 2 would be military establishments, bases, etc. But 4 is proprietary, and I want to find it here, and I could just read what proprietary jurisdiction means. Sorry, let me find my notes here. Here, you have it? Perfect, thank you.
while he's doing that, has anyone looked at the county?
It seems like this would be a good thing for a workshop, and I think most people
Well, we
here-
very much jumped the gun
most people here are wondering
tonight.
if you're dropping the resolution or if you're gonna sign it tonight.
We're not signing it tonight. No, nothing's being signed tonight. This is still, like I stated earlier, we're still very much in due diligence phase. This isn't being signed tonight. We want to work with everybody in the community. We need to work with the agencies because it's the agencies who are still going to continue doing the work. They still have to create the NEPAs. And that's what we're able to work off of. We can't just go in and say, hey, we're going to take this parcel land and we're going to clear cut it.
NEPA
Just
is
willy-nilly.
singular Also, NEPA is singular. It's the National Environmental Policy Act.
Again, I don't want to turn this into a workshop where we're yelling comments from the crowd and going back and forth. Let's really try to avoid that. We're available to talk to you whenever you'd like individually, and we're going to have a workshop on this. So
Proprietorial interest only. This term is applied to those instances wherein the federal government has acquired some right of title to an area in a state but has not obtained any measure of the state's authority over the area. In applying this definition, recognition should be given to the fact that the United States, by virtue of its function and authority under various provisions of the Constitution, has many powers and immunities not possessed by ordinary landholders with respect to areas in which it acquires an interest, and of the further fact that all its proprietaries and functions are held or performed in a governmental rather than a proprietorial capacity. So we have ballpark 650,000 acres of proprietorial land within our county that we have the right to oversee. And we're going to very much continue to explore that. And we're going to make sense of everything, and we're gonna fight it.
So I just want to say one thing. We'll have the workshop next week, but I want to say that a lot of things that I heard tonight were related to the property across from Pacific High School, and I think that's a good example it's a very good example of how going forward you have to be really careful about being short-sighted in your planning and your application. That was an idea of some people that they thought they'd come up with some quick money, and all it did was cost everybody money and make a big mess. And I would like to ask everybody to give these people a break because they had nothing to do with that. When I learned of it, I tried to unwind it, but there was a binding contract it was over and done with, and the property, we couldn't back out of it. It would have been great to back out of it. But it's a great example of what you don't want to do going forward. So I think that as we all look at this, and the other thing is, when you say that the Curry County has not shown itself to be qualified to be like out with the big kids, that's a legitimate criticism. I'm right there with you. So we're going to be careful to not be doing things that we're not qualified to do. So, but at the same time, we do get to be. It's important. The other thing that I did hear tonight was, it's just another day of Curry County being broke. Well, this is kind of a little bit of a different day. The Curry County really is out of money, and this is not an overnight solution. It was never. If anybody thought it would be an overnight solution, would be a thing that would be unwinding over years, and I don't even know how. The only way that you do that is work with all these agencies. Not going to be something that happens immediately, but at least the way I understand it. But nevertheless, I do want everybody here to know that emergency for funding for the county itself is very real and exists right now, and that's kind of I feel like we should be looking at every possible alternative to try to address that.
So, and I want to read this as well in this draft resolution. If you guys have our whole agenda open or anything like that, it's page 107, or it's the first page of the of this It says, whereas the Curry County Sheriff's Office has an obligation to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents and visitors of Curry County, and that existing state and local laws are not being routinely followed on federally managed forest lands in Curry County. So this goes beyond just stewardship of the land. You know, this also brings into the account of excessive pollution, illegal campsites within those lands, human trafficking within those lands, illegal drug grows within those lands. And not only that, but missing persons list. And if you directly overlay the missing persons list with the overlay with the county, the majority of that falls within these lands. So again, that gets addressed within all of this as well, and it holds those agencies' feet to the fire. We need to start more proactively enforcing our laws. Not only that, but there is very much a movement, and where the new administration, which we are getting support from on this, is looking currently right now at dissolving the federal lands completely back to the states and the counties. So we're going to continue to follow that very closely as well.
I just want to make one comment. There's funding available, $10 million for community wildfire defense. And this county could be making money right now, this month, in indirect costs if they were willing to support something.
And you should come and talk to us individually. We'd love to hear from, you haven't talked to me, I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, Tabitha has met with myself and Patrick. And I do have to ask. Sorry, I know we just said we're not going to do the back and forth, but something was getting at me. He said something about an illegal meeting. Is that the meeting that you had with me and Patrick?
No, that was the training that you guys did in Brookings that was not open to the public, that had all of you guys there.
It was open to the public, and it was publicly noticed.
And we had public and visuals.
And we did open and close it with an agenda. So
that's all recorded.
It was a 2-day workshop. So
I misspoke. But I would also like to correct something. I used to do the scoping for the Forest Service, and we definitely reached out to the county to collaborate. So I would like to correct that they have not reached out to you because they didn't chat.
So, and I want to read this too before we move on to the next one, please. So there's a couple phases here that would be necessary in order to get our counties back to work. And I'll read this just directly here. Phase 1 would be to notify all stakeholders before passing any ordinances or resolutions. We pass the ordinances and resolutions based off of our workshops, based off of meetings, we'll have with several agencies. We'll have to serve it on to the proper authorities and the parties, which enforces cooperation with them. We'll call for bids to do the necessary work to implement the current community wildfire protection plans and wildlife urban interface, accept bids, and start working. Monies come from existing and allocated Title II and Title III funds, which are now being used to supplement our general funds. And the county can make money through licenses, fees, and permits affiliated with those bids. Phase 2 would be intergovernmental agreement. So pass through funds from BLM and the Forest Service to the county to expand on projects and jobs. Dust off shelved projects that have NEPAs in place and get those back to work. And apply for reinstatement of the NEPA on all other projects less than 10 years old that have been shelved and start working on those projects. So we have a lot of those things already ready to go. We just need to implement them. And those are all things that our federal and state agencies have already studied and have had approved. We just want to get them done.
I will say that in terms of the emergency declaration itself, I'm not ready to approve that. I think
Not either.
it needs work. We need to dig in. It's a good, I think, it's good to start the conversation. I mean, I don't know if anybody in here knows, but 2024 was, well, the state of Oregon had 1.9 million acres burned.
I'm from Curry County.
Yeah, we didn't have fire in Curry County. Yeah. So we got lucky. But
we've had some massive fires in Curry County.
Yeah, so I don't want to get into that back and forth, but so there is a point where you know, I think that the current plans need to be seen through. So,
yeah, absolutely.
But as far as I think signing this draft of it tonight, I think it needs work, and
yeah,
future workshops I think will probably be beneficial to those discussions.
Okay,
absolutely, I agree with that 100%.
So you guys have driven a long way to make your comments and listen to what we have to say. So I'm going to give you I'm going to give you my perspective on all of this in a very simple way. Ms. Foster, I agree with you that we don't know everything, and I'll tell you right now, I'm not an expert on forest-related stuff. I'm not. I don't claim to be. Absolutely not. I do have a lot of experience in the public safety environment. Okay? One of the things that really bothers me, that keeps me awake every night, is that when all of you leave here and you go home, you drive down 101, if something happens and you need to call the police, there's no one working, okay? No one's working. And when you get home, if there's an emergency, there's no one coming. So that's what keeps me awake at night. Why is that? There's no money. There's no money. We can't raise property taxes. You guys have heard that before. We can't do that. We proposed a levy. It was a big lift. It was too much, and it was shot down. Now, there's another levy on the horizon, but I am not confident that's going anywhere either. Not the feedback I'm getting, that's for sure. So what do we do? What do we do? Now, if it's not the fact that there's no law enforcement coming to your emergency call, the other thing that I'm already getting ramped up for is summer. What happens in summer? We have fires. There's always, there is always that risk that we'll have another Chetco Bar fire, that it will be in North County or Central County. And if we can have some balance and be responsible, and by harvesting some trees, reduce the fire risk and fund law enforcement, then doesn't that make for a better public safety environment? I see you're shaking your head no. Well, others believe it does. So it's important to use the word balance and responsible when it comes to that. There is, you guys have told me, some of you in this room have looked me in the eye and told me, you need to come up with another way to find money for public safety. If you got some ideas, come tell me. Come and talk to me about what those ideas are. You might be surprised that we can't do some of them. I am definitely open to listening to what you all have to say. I am not ready to move this forward. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on this. There's a lot of consulting and evidence and information that needs to be put into this before I'm ready to make that type of decision. But that's where I stand. That's my perspective on all of this. We've got to change. We can't keep kicking this can down the road like we have. We have to come together as a community, and we have to come up with a solution so that when you go home and you call 911, somebody's coming. We have to make those changes. So I'm open for any ideas right now. But there's no doubt that there will be some type of tragedy as a result of not having those resources. And that bothers me every night, believe me. That's all I have to say about that. I'm not ready to move forward with it either, and that's my position.
Thank you. Next.
So are we free to move into the next agenda item?
Give these folks a chance.
Yeah, if you guys want to stick around, you're more than welcome to stay for the whole meeting, but you guys got a long drive, so.
If you guys are interested, the next item coming up are these financial updates regarding that missing money. So if you guys do want to listen to that, that is next on the agenda.
Also, I received a message that the road is slippery in sections on the way home, so just be very careful.
Please be careful.
Thanks, Kelly.
Right by the 80-acre turn.
We'll give everybody a chance to kind of shuffle out, and then we'll move into the next item. You going to take a break?
Thank you.
Take a break?
Thank you.
Hey, we'll just take a 5-minute break. All right, we're good? Yep. All right, we are back on the record. We will continue working through our agenda, and next up on the agenda is a financial update from our finance director, Keena Wolf. Keena?
All right. First, I want to really quickly address the comment that was made this morning, or this evening, sorry. First of all, our cash is in what's called a local government investment pool. This is a pool of cash that a lot of the government agencies use, and it really is pooled cash. Pooled cash with the exception of our road reserve funds, our funds that are made up of several different departments' monies. Due to the prior treasurer and the prior finance director and there being over 2 years of unreconcilable, untraceable ins and outs, inaccurate.
Unreconciled.
Some of it's unreconcilable, we talked about, because there are receipts of deposits that we cannot account for. We had to work with our auditor. There were dozens of transactions that were not accounted for that we had to write off. That is not my fault. I take no responsibility to the prior people in the department that had the inability to do their jobs, or maybe just didn't give a damn. One way or the other, that's what happened. So there is also a difference between budget and finance. Governmental finance, we're required to use a modified accrual basis. When you are budgeting, you are using a cash basis. 1 minus 1 equals 0, and 1 plus 1 equals 2. Two entirely different accounting processes. I encourage you to come and sit in my office sometime and see the shit show, excuse my French, that I have been digging through in the last year. And if you think you can come and do better, come sit in my chair and show me. I invite you to do that. So, I'm sorry. No, I am mad because I'm tired of this.
Well, she feels sometimes, in fact, at certain points tonight, there were people saying, "Why did this group lose the money?" This group identified that the money had not been accounted for. This group had nothing to do with losing the money. This group had nothing to do with the $38 million of bank adjustments that were done to balance the books incorrectly over a period of years. That's a lot of bad addition and subtraction. And it is, I'm sorry, I can take most of the blame for tricking Keena into taking this job, and I'm sure that she regrets having met me. It's been a big job, and she's done yeoman's work to undertake it, but she does get a little bit, she kind of takes things a little bit personally when
Well, I do take it personally when
her.
people publicly try to attack me. I'm a public employee. I have a right to work in an environment that is not harassing, that is not invasive.
I have not been harassing.
No, you haven't. I didn't get elected to this position. These people, you can chew all you want.
Well, those people.
Well, not him. He's an employee too.
So,
but I took this. So anyway, let's move on to what we have here.
Can I put
They're asked to be professional. I think that should apply to the group up there though as well.
Sure, I will be professional as long as people are professional back to me.
All right.
I have been
All right.
attacked by individuals.
That's good. Commissioner Trost, you had a comment?
I just want to put a couple of things in perspective. In the recent, and I'm sure you're going to hit on this.
Yes.
And I just want to put it in, because you speak in very high level financial terms. And so, but my understanding of the original ARP funds, the American Rescue Plan funds.
Yes.
So there was, so this is 2021, this is prior to anybody here. There was essentially $2.2 million ACHs. So when money comes into the county, it goes into the treasurer's office. The treasurer then is in charge of dispersing said dollars to the different districts, right? Based on their tax levied amounts and based on different pass-through grants, et cetera, monies that come in, that's where the treasury holds it, and then they hand it out to the different entities. We have many districts. 2.2 came in twice. However, only one time did 2.2 get journaled into our county account. That's why our county account did not know it was there, because it was never put in to our county account. It was never journaled as received into our county's account. It was received in by the treasurer, different entity. And so that's why we were so caught off guard, because we were into the understanding that we had only received $2.2 million in ARP funds, when in actuality, 4.4 had come through our treasurer's account, just not journaled into our county's account. So if you wonder why, that's why you can't see both avenues.
So I provided you guys with the report that was filed on in March of 2024. This was to be the final Treasury report filed by the prior treasurer. This report is what instigated the U.S. Department of Treasury to reach out to us and ask where the remainder of those funds were. I have an ethical and moral obligation anytime we are made aware of any type of discrepancy to bring it to the attention of the commissioner chair and my supervisor, and that's what I did. I did let Commissioner Chair Alcorn know and Ted Fitzgerald of this discrepancy and that we needed to look into it. The first item of business, like I stated before, absolutely was satisfying the requirements of the U.S. Department of Treasury, because they needed a response from us within 24 hours as the money was due back to the federal government the next day if we were not going to obligate those funds. So we needed to figure something out and figure it out really quickly. And mind you, this was on the day before New Year's Eve, holiday weekend, nobody's around, and we're working trying to figure this out. We satisfied the U.S. Department of Treasury, let them know we are researching more, we will file supplemental reports, we were going to look into it, and that the funds were going to be allocated if we received them. And those could be allocated using a lost revenue exception that was placed on ARP funds. I went from July of 2021 to current and went through every line item in our accounts looking for ARP expenditures. Natasha, do you have this worksheet? Are you able to put that worksheet up? So this is the first half of the worksheet. You can see on the left, it says actual ARP funds spent, and on the right, it says reported by the treasurer. There's a GL period when these monies were expensed or when the transaction or an invoice of such was paid out of our GL system. The red ins or the outs, the credits that you are seeing are due to inaccurate funding that happened or inaccurate expenditures. So then they had to do journal entries to credit that expenditure account and move it out. So there were ins and outs that you see with those reds. Fairly similar on what was reported until, if you can scroll down, Natasha, on there. On the treasurer's side, you can see I have black boxes because on the report that the treasurer had to do, he had to provide a project name, what the amount was going for, and how much the amount was when it was expensed. And so I divided them up by his report in order to better track expenditures in the account. You will see when I get down to the expenditures of the Motorola, which this looks like it was an expenditure that he classed to the dispatch for a new upgraded system. He reported that they had spent $780,165.72 on a radio system, when actual expenditures were $810,338.39, so a discrepancy of $30,172.67 was reported incorrectly on the report. So that was the first variance that I was able to locate. Then as you scroll down to the second half, you can see there was the cyber attack that took place for the county. $768,688 were allocated to our IT department to help build up our infrastructure that was lost. Reported to the government was $551,494.44, a discrepancy of $217,193.56. So all the remaining expenditures that you see on the left-hand side were not reported to the U.S. Department of Treasury. We overexpensed our ARP money by $4,452.52, largely because money was not accounted for going in and out. So there was no accountability for these funds. Luckily, we now have this information. We will be able to, Nick, our current treasurer, will be filing a report in March, just like one was done last year. They're allowing us to file a supplemental report to account for all these funds that were actually expensed and unaccounted for to the government. We do have to make some budget adjustments and some prior period adjustments in different accounts with our auditors in order to account for money that wasn't receipted into our fiscal system appropriately. And I have to work through them with different GAAP procedures and different financial and auditing reporting procedures in order to get these corrected.
What year was that?
Which one?
Those expenses?
They start from November of 21. The last one was the transfer to the clerk's office, which was in, yeah.
That was in our budget.
That was in our budget.
Okay.
Do you guys have any questions about these dollars?
No, thank you for, I know, I talked to you that weekend. You had worked all weekend to try to figure it out. And I know had continued to work because you had to go through years and years. So thank you.
And every day we turn over a new leaf. And I want the community to realize that every day we are turning over a new leaf and finding a new discrepancy. We found something again this week. It is a nightmare of a situation. I am looking for the end. I'm excited that at some point this is going to end. Today, actually, I discovered that there are bank fees that are charged to an account that doesn't even have any bank transactions. And this is going back all the way to 2020. So we have a fund that's been inaccurate all this time, that is reflecting expenditures that don't count.
So when I say things like, I've been on the budget committee for 7 years, and if I would have known what I know now, I would have made different recommendations and decisions. That's why.
And I take offense, and I'm sorry, I'm very passionate about this because I want things to be accurate. I came here and I took this position because I saw a need. There was a need. There was a huge need.
And you want to know what part of our vision for the county is up here? Is to bring structure and policy back to the county. Things need to be done right going forward. And this is all of the beginning of the foundation for us to restore this going forward and to protect it for future administrations and generations ahead of us.
And I apologize for being upset about this, but I really get tired of being targeted when my goal is to help things be better. That's all I want to do, and it's not my fault. You cannot kill the messenger. I'm sorry that I keep uncovering things. Ted one day was like, oh my goodness, here she comes again.
Keep at it.
I'm sorry. That's my goal, and I want it to be right. I want it to be accurate. I want the community to know how much money they really have, where it's going. I'm all about transparency. I would any day tell you guys what I see, where it is.
So I'll give you an example that she alluded to that will be on discussion in the future. It's later in this, but it's very relative. And that's this week we learned that in 2021, the former treasurer signed a grant that the county was obligated to, that we had a matching requirement that we just received. And we did not budget for because we did not know that this grant had been applied for and signed off. We are trying to rein in all of these different avenues that have been going on for a long time with very little oversight. There's a process, right? You're supposed to go to the commissioners, you get approval to apply for the grant, and then you get approval to receive the grant so that we can see the requirements of the grant. And a lot of these things were not occurring. And so as
and I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Our next item is the JMOUD grant, which has a lot of strings attached to it with the sheriff's office. It's a $350,000 grant. No one from the sheriff's office is here. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, so my guess, the point is that yes, as she mentioned, every day we're learning more. We're finding that districts, different taxing districts, fire districts, school districts, et cetera, some have received the wrong amounts. We're trying to go through and rewind that to fix that. We know some school districts were sent the other school districts' money. It was not acceptable by any standard. And that's what we're unwinding and trying to get correct. And it is a long process. And you know, that's why I was calling for a forensic audit, which is, yes, an investigative audit. We had a lot of things that we don't have accounting for. We had a cash system. Cash was not receipted into the system until it hit the bank. So if the cash never made it to the bank, it was never receipted into our system. You know, and how can those were some of the very first things that Keena had changed in policy when she arrived. She noticed, she identified, she solved. We fixed those going forward, but it doesn't mean that we have resolved them going back yet. So those are just some of the things that we are working on.
The positive that did come out of doing this very lengthy exercise, which I'm trying to find the silver lining in this rain cloud here, is that working with Nick again, we were able to identify how we can go back and audit some of those transactions to the UNSAG, or out of the UNSAG account to the member agencies that are due those monies.
Right.
Well, and the other positive is we've already changed policy.
Yes,
We've already implemented those changes, and we already have oversight on areas that we previously didn't have oversight on. So that is another positive too.
Okay, so the next item that I have is the PERS employer contribution. So as you may be aware, every odd year, PERS does an evaluation and adjusts the PERS contribution rates. So we received those that'll go into effect July 1st of 2025, so fiscal year 26, and will also go into fiscal year 27. So our PERS contribution for police and fire has gone up 5.97%. From 32.16 to 38.13. The OPSERT, or general services, this is anybody that was hired after 2003. These are going up 5.49%, from 27.37% to 32.86%. And then Tier 1, Tier 2 is going up 2.94% from 34.15% to 37.09%. So this is, two of them being over a 5% increase is pretty significant. Most of our employees, you either have them in police and fire, because that includes the jail staff, dispatch. I think the only person that it doesn't include is civil, I think, and office staff over there. And then most of the other people at the county are OPSERP or general service. So this is going to be a big budget assumption that we will have to plan for, larger than most people were anticipating. Again, the silver lining of this cloud is, thank God we're not Douglas County, because they are 46.99%, 39.68%, and 44.95%.
Still going to be a...
It's going to be a heavy lift.
Yeah.
46%.
It'll be a heavy lift. So that'll be something that I will put in when I do my position-based budgeting, when I send those out to department heads to prepare their budgets for fiscal year 26. I will have those assumptions built in for the next fiscal year, and then we'll note that for 27 coming ahead. So.
Okay.
And also do note that the retirees that we have, anybody that's retired, PERS did, I believe 2 years ago, I can't remember, time's flowing together, but PERS did change or lifted the hours limit regulations that were on retiree employees. They only could work so many hours in a year, 1139 or 1039 hours, so less than half a year. That was lifted to get more people in the workforce. That was kind of the logic behind it. But with that lifting of hours, the county does have to pay the employer portion contribution on anybody that's retired. So you no longer are able to hire retirees and not have to pay their PERS contribution. So it's across the board now, everybody. You still pay PERS on if they are PERS eligible. So pretty significant.
Thank you.
The addition that I asked to add onto the agenda, this is the compliance review from ODOT. So Curry Public Transit is our contractor that provides the transit services, and these are pass-through or subrecipient dollars that we provide them as our transit district. They were here on site in October, and I met with them. It's an outside firm that comes. I met with them, our ODOT representative, along with our public transit manager. They did an audit. The last few pages of this report will indicate the 9 findings that they found. These are things that I brought to your attention as I prepared for the audit.
You can take that.
These were things such as lack of oversight from county commissioners. This was, something that I had mentioned, that there was no direct oversight, that we need to engage in more oversight. There should be a subrecipient audit that is done on any contractor that is receiving our subrecipient awards. We should go in and ensure that they're providing meeting all the audit needs that are required of us as the recipient of these federal awards. There was the expiration of the contract that we had with them. You guys did approve an extension of the contract through March 31st of this year. I am putting out the RFP. That was another thing that we didn't have a request for proposal that goes out. We just awarded them every year. That was another finding, because you have to give fair opportunity for different agencies, even though they may be the only agency in our area. You do have to give fair opportunity for somebody to be awarded those federal awards. So we are creating that RFP to be sent out, and the deadline of it to be returned will be March 15th. So that'll give us enough time to award the RFP, and then create a contract. There was, I believe, maintenance issues that needed to be addressed, more of tracking of maintenance issues. And those are, again, just kind of oversight that was lacking on the county's end to kind of be more involved, I guess, in the public transit process. It was all kind of put on the responsibility of the transit provider, which as their contractor, or as our contractor, it's not their responsibility, it's ours. And there was also some Title VI complaint procedures and updated policy. Those policies need to be reviewed often and updated. I have been working with our rep from ODOT. We have a updated language from the FTA, Federal Transportation Authority, on what is required for the ADA requirements for the Title VI. I will bring that to the commissioners to review and vote on. Then we need to have a complaint process posted on our website for them. They provided us anywhere between 30 and 120 days to become compliant, and I see no reason why we can't meet those deadlines. So, any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
All right, no further questions, and we'll move into the next agenda item, which is the JMOUD grant. So this is the grant related to the new mandate that we just learned of in our last meeting.
Drive safe.
See ya. Related to the jail. We heard about it from a jail commander. We tried to schedule a workshop. We were told that we couldn't get all of the people together that we needed to hold that workshop, but we still have a mandate that we've got to meet, and we've got to address the needs of this grant and get the questions answered that are necessary to move it forward. Just so all of you know, I did send Sheriff Ward an email on the 28th asking him to come to the meeting tonight to provide the information and answer the questions that we need to address the grant. I did not hear back. I did not get a response to my email, and obviously he's not here this evening. So I'm not even sure how to proceed on this, Ted.
I'd move to table this until we get more discussion with the sheriff.
I had emailed the sheriff's office and asked to have the contact information for the medical personnel so that we could get everybody coordinated and also communicate to them the importance of having those people that are going to be essentially, as I understand it, delivering opioids to prisoners on site in accordance with the mandate, and how important that is that every party from the county to the medical providers to the sheriff's office understand their roles and obligations, and the sheriff's office did not respond to me. So I'm going to agree with you. I would say that probably makes sense to move forward with contacting DOJ directly and determining a different approach to this, because we are under a mandate to provide this service.
So table it.
Table it 100%.
Okay.
We need to have some workshops on this, or coordination, cooperation, all of the above.
All right. Next up, levy update.
Levy update. Recline brought a petition contesting the ballot title. She felt that it was unfair, and we had a hearing on Monday, February 3rd, and she presented her arguments. The judge discussed them with her, and it was determined that the ballot title will be modified to make it more clear, specifically regarding the creation of what in the ballot title was referred to as a let's see, there was a committee that was going to an oversight committee, but in fact the committee has no powers of oversight. They only have the power to advise, because the sheriff has the power to implement the monies, and it's his unique authority. And let's see, the only other thing that I heard that relating to we're moving forward to modify that, and we've got another hearing scheduled coming up pretty soon. And we also, I just noticed that when Keenan was talking about the PD rates going up, I believe, and the 2027 employer rate, those things are going to decrease the purchasing power of the levy money for what it can buy. So I just wanted everybody to be aware of that as well, because those are some pretty steep increases.
Okay, questions? No. All right, no further questions on the levy update. We'll move into economic development update.
Thank you for your patience tonight, Miranda.
Miranda, Economic Development Administrator. I just wanted to quickly just sort of go through our mission statement for those that don't know. Empowering prosperity through strategic initiatives, Curry County, Oregon's Economic Development Department is dedicated to fostering sustainable growth across key sectors. We champion the heart of our economy, supporting the vitality of our lumber product industry, nurturing the resilience of our fishing communities, celebrating the creativity of our artists, and promoting the allure of our region through dynamic tourism initiatives. Together, we strive to build a diverse and vibrant economic landscape that not only preserves our rich heritage, but also paves the way for a thriving and resilient future. Like many of my colleagues, I wear several hats. There is the economic development side that I sort of lean into, and then we also have tourism, which is also a big lift. This year, like a lot of our departments, we had staffing issues, so there was about 6 months that sort of working solo. But that really didn't stop any work, because I work with a lot of community development when it comes to all of our work. So some of the projects that we are working on right now and are completed, we're set to do our second annual job fair at the event center. We're looking forward to the second year. We've extended it a day. And on a weekend to help those who have time constraints around their schedule, give them the best opportunity to meet local stakeholders. And we encourage anyone who needs to fill positions to reach out to us, and we'll get them penciled in. There's no cost to participate. This is a fully funded event from Economic Development. That's May 30th and 31st. Along with that, we identified a need that we felt we could fill when it came to sort of job posting. A lot of times we saw job posting happen on social media. Of course, we see sort of the normal stuff that we see digital now, where it's Google, LinkedIn. But we found a lot of these were sort of promoting outside of the area. And we hear all the time from our stakeholders that they have a very difficult time reaching people in the area. We know it's very difficult in a media desert to reach a lot of folks, so we try to do our best. One of the initiatives we decided to go with was create a website or job board for local stakeholders and for local employers or employees, prospective employees, to actually connect here regionally or here locally instead of outside our region. That's wildriversworkforce.com. In conjunction with the job fair, we have also created that job board. This was an identified gap, as I stated. Those sites that cater to, sort of a pay to play, they push that algorithm. So I heard quite a bit from folks who are looking for jobs that it was very difficult to find anything. And then I also seen all over social media people posting jobs and, getting little connection with that. So we thought this was a good opportunity to try something new. And this is also fully funded with economic development. Along those same lines, we'll be hosting with Civic, who's the Southern Oregon Workforce Investment Board, a fully equipped enclosed pod that will allow applicants in the county another opportunity to apply for jobs on the internet in privacy. This is a brand new initiative and the county will be able to retain it at the end of the program. One of the things that we're working on as well with IT, our IT director, Phil Dixon, who's been instrumental in getting everything up digitally again. He suggested that we work on not just cybersecurity for the county, but for our constituents and for all of our stakeholders in the county. So we've created the Curry County Cybersecurity Summit, which will be May 13th through the 15th. It's an initiative led by Phil Dixon. We're helping to produce the event, bring folks from across Southern Oregon and around the state. Basically, given the increasing cyber threats confronting our special districts, we would greatly appreciate your participation. These cyber attacks are targeting sectors like yours. This summit aims to provide actionable insights to safeguard our critical infrastructures and essential services. And we're asking that special districts who we're hoping to target as far as their digital infrastructure. And there'll be some key speakers that are from federal government as far as digital security, and then also from the state. So there's a lot of folks in the state that are actually pretty excited that Drew's actually taking the spot. So
Phil is really excited.
he is. He's very excited. I'm excited for Phil. Okay, so taking off my economic development hat, the tourism, some of the highlights this past year. We did an accessibility audit of our lodging facilities and our destination, which participated in trials, restaurants, etc. This was a grant from Travel Oregon. We completed it with Will of the World. And you can actually find a lot of that information at willoftheworld.com. They now highlight all those facilities that allowed them to go in and see what they had for accessibility. It's a new market that we're looking at as far as the coast and the state, so it's something that we were pretty excited to sort of align with. We're hoping to continue that work this year. We're looking at possibly installing hearing loops at some of our more frequented establishments. We executed marketing campaigns for our legacy festivals, Azalea, Pirates, the Curry County Fair, the Mushroom Festival, summer concerts in the park, the July 4th celebrations in every town, and the Festival of Lights. We sponsored all the events that draw visitors from outside the area. We co-marketed our county with our regional partner, Travel Southern Oregon Coast, during the holidays, highlighting lodging facilities, restaurants, and art galleries. We've discussed with the City of Gold Beach about helping promote their new walkway in the port. And then on deck for this year, we are working on a new Travel Curry website. We're also working on refreshing our visitor-facing branding. So, for instance, like I always sort of use the example, like Lane County, Travel Lane County, their front-facing visitor brand is Eugene's, Cascades, and Coast. So, because as most know, it's very difficult to market a county. Most folks aren't looking for counties when they're looking for places to go. So we're leaning into that and what that rebrand would be. We restarted our newsletter and have also created a Facebook group for only tourism stakeholders, all in an effort to communicate with our busy business owners and operators. We are set to reinstate our tourism promotion board. They'll help with decisions and messaging and recommendations on grants and sponsorships. We are also starting a photo contest in the summer for a calendar of our area and will be available for 2026. Events. Our goal this year is to lean into sports tourism a little bit more. Since we're an outdoor destination, we felt like this was a really good opportunity to lean into that. We've reached out to several obstacle course companies like Mud Factor, and so we're those discussions are actually ongoing right now. We'll be supporting our first actual event that we're going to support is the Adventure Race Secret Beach. That one actually draws about 80 people from outside the area, all over the United States. And so we're hoping to help them get a bigger reach. Let's see here.
Can I
We continue.
interject real
Sure,
quick?
sure.
So I'm super glad that you're looking into this. There's a lot of different avenues that have been a little bit untapped. I want to just provide an example, not of non-untapped, but when the city of Brookings organized the softball tournaments, there was when I left, we had organized 22 tournaments during the calendar year, and each tournament brought anywhere between 300 to 500 people in from outside, which was like several $100,000 economic bump every time we held one of those tournaments. And in terms of the hotels, they were filling up hotels from the casino to Gold Beach because of the need for space. So that was 22 tournaments, and so the total yield economic report was quite large. And so, but some of the areas that I think we could tap into that I think could also yield is, there's been a lot of talk about doing like a coastal 3-on-3 tournament hosted at the port, where people can come vacation for the summer for a 3-day 3-on-3 tournament.
3-on-3 tournament? What are we talking about?
Basketball. We're talking about, she was talking about sports-specific promotions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because those tend to bring in quite a bit of, those bring in families.
They do.
And they bring in a lot of economic driver.
Yeah.
So anyways, I'd love to work with you on what those could look like, disc golf tournaments, et cetera, creating some kind of a platform for that.
I think it's an excellent opportunity to sort of use what we have, which is the outdoors.
Yeah.
And of course, because it's a beautiful destination. So we're looking forward to that. Let's see. We're continuing to support Luke with aquatic safety and in any manner possible. His junior lifeguard program, which we help promote, is packed every summer. In the fall, we will launch what we're calling Passport to Adventure. It will be a variety of trails, some of them gamified, to create trails that folks can go to different businesses or different destination points. And it's all for pet-friendly establishments. We're working with a vendor that will help us with an online app, and we hope to partner with each city actually to make this a countywide and show off the adventure here on the southernmost coastline. Lastly, we are working with the city of Brookings right now and the Love Your Fourth to help manage the behind the scenes of July 4th in Harbor. And that one's pretty exciting for the county.
Perfect.
So thank you.
Yes.
And as part of us going forward and having community involvement and transparency, one of the things I would like to do is, and we discussed this too, is let's sometime in the near future, let's have a workshop where we can invite businesses or citizens or to come out, and let's see what other ideas that they have as well.
Yeah.
that we can all build off of to continue to bring in tourism and bring in other items to support local businesses and our citizens. So
Many of the ideas that we actually do, my door's always open. Most stakeholders know that.
Oh, of course.
So they tend to come in and I have a folder full of ideas, and so those are things that I actually look forward to because more ideas, more possibilities.
Of course.
Real quick.
Yeah.
All right. So Commissioner Alcorn wants to start a new business, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Commissioner Alcorn walks in to see Miranda. Can you explain?
Is this the bodybuilding business? What are we talking about?
Tanning business.
Okay. All right.
Can you explain what kind of resources you provide for somebody who's trying to start a business? Because a lot of people don't understand, and it's a real scary step. And they don't realize, and I didn't even realize, the resource that you provide somebody who's looking to start a business, not just somebody who's already in one, but somebody who's looking to cross that threshold. Can you explain what kind of resources you provide for those types of individuals?
So we immediately sort of do a SWOT analysis of what they're doing, right? And we find out, we ask certain questions as to why they want to do that business. And then we talk about sort of the vitality that can actually be. I don't try to, sell everyone that they can do a business, but I do try to provide as much information as possible. But we do provide things like helping them, create a business plan. We help with logo creation. We also help with connecting to our funding partners, CCD, SOWIP, SBDC, all those are all resources. And we work closely with all those agencies to actually help businesses here in the county.
Would you help them fill out business license applications?
Oh, well, that's where we would start once they decided to, yes. We would say, let's come in, we'll help you fill out the business license here in the county, the city, or even at the state level to register with the state.
Well, and I can attest to that because I share offices in economic development, and every time I go and print something and I go pick it up, there's a business license sitting there on the printer that I beat Miranda to. So there's a lot of that I know you do.
And we also make sure, if there's things like, for instance, alcohol, that they're,
OLCC,
they're following the right permitting system. Really sort of in tune to, what businesses thrive here in the county. And so we're constantly also, putting out information for businesses that can fill gaps, for instance, in our tourism, right? We have transportation issues. We could use shuttles here, going up and down the coast. I would love to work with even just our own, agency to actually do some stops up on the San Borjan corridor.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of stuff that we can provide.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure people understood, website integration, website development, logo creation, and even if you already have a business and you're looking to update some of those things, just know that there's a resource that the county can assist.
If you're buying used tanning beds, you want to watch those bulbs.
Well, when they do so SWOT analysis is not what you think. It's strengths, weaknesses, assets, and threats. So we would have to really...
It's tactical, but in the business
Yes,
world.
It's in the business world tactical. So,
I have been accused of limited abilities, and that is just to tactics.
we would check to see if there's enough demand to require the supply that you want to provide.
Right.
So,
Thanks, Miranda.
Another thing I think you had worked on is something that the county does need, not just for aesthetics purposes, but actually for some operational purposes, which is a county seal.
Yes. So I had started on that. It's not completed, but I wanted to sort of pass this around real quick. This is...
Most importantly, did the elk get incorporated yet? Oh, look at that. Gee whiz.
That's what I'm talking about.
Man.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ooh, that's pretty.
That's nice.
Thanks, Miranda.
Excellent.
That's beautiful.
It's a whitetail.
Oh, it's a red stag.
Oh my gosh. Looks like clip art to me.
This is fantastic. You really, really did capture the strong essence of Curry County here. Thank you.
And still open to amending that and taking input as well.
Are you able to put it up on the screen? You can look at it.
Oh, you can have my copy.
I'll give you here.
Of course.
Hand that down to Matt so he can
You're done.
You want to see it, Lynn? Well, thank you. This is brilliant. Definitely looks like an elk to me.
The Easter egg is in there as well.
The Easter egg's in here?
Nice.
Oh.
I didn't even try looking for it.
All right.
So now I don't have it.
We'll leave that as a mystery.
It's gonna be a mystery.
We'll leave that for the mystery for people to find. I see it. Yes, it's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Miranda. This is great.
Thank you, Miranda.
I found it too. Thank you, Miranda.
Absolutely.
Where's Waldo?
All right, I'll keep us moving through the agenda. Next up is a discussion on transient lodging tax rate increase.
And again, before we start any discussion, I do have to recuse myself again, as I do have an actual conflict of interest. I am a lodge owner in Curry County, and this does have a direct effect on my business. And I cannot discuss and I cannot vote.
Okay. All right.
Well, that makes it easy.
We
Gonna say.
All right.
That's
Yeah,
great.
I mean, we had a workshop on this recently where we had a lot of discussion about this topic, so it's not like we're just throwing this out there all of a sudden. There's been a lot of discussion about this back and forth. Jay?
No, I mean, the thing is, and it was discussed in our workshop, but I think one of the biggest things for me that spoke volumes was the largest contributor to our TLT tax dollars was present when Miranda and I were discussing with them, and you know, they were in favor. You know, I think the actual words were, "How come it took so long?" You know, this seems to be kind of a pretty logical step forward. We will not be exceeding any of our neighboring counties. In fact, most all of them are already at the level that we would be proposing to go at, which is 10%. We, as discussed then, there's really I can't really find any reason why we shouldn't.
Also, just during budget, you guys committed to rounding up everything, you know, everywhere you could get revenue. Obviously, there is a shortfall, and it's needed at every level. So this is one of them.
If you're okay with it, I'll make a motion.
Sure.
I would move that we direct council to prepare code revisions to increase the county TLT tax by 3%, making the total percentage taxed 10%.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Commissioner Hollinger recuses himself from the vote, so all in favor? Jay?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so motion passes 2-0. All right. Next up is
Montbretia.
So
I'll just give you a quick update.
Okay.
So as
Thank you, Miranda. Drive safe.
Thanks, Miranda.
Thank you, Miranda. So I had asked Garrett in the building department to go out and take a look at it. Garrett went out and looked at the site. He toured it last week. He did come upon someone who was burning some trash in a burn barrel. And he said he's been charged with cleaning the place up. It's some slight improvements were made here and there, it looks like, but nothing on any level that would approach the abatement necessary, you know, to meet the requirements of the county. So at this point, the council needs, or the commission needs to determine if you want to move forward with. We can actually, you know, go out and start looking into getting bids to abate the process. The money, now I know the money is tight, but enforcement is part of the building department budget, and there's money in that restricted fund that could be diverted to this with the expectation that that a lien would be placed on the property, so that the building department could recover any monies expended. So if you'd like me to move in that direction, I'll do it.
Okay. So just so both of you know, I met with some of the folks impacted by this particular property I met with them recently, just a few days ago, and their concern about, as we move into summer, their concern about wildfire is a legitimate, real concern, especially on the heels of watching what happened in Southern California and all of the particular issues associated with this property. So we've done everything we can up to this point, and I would like to see this move forward and us actually taking some action on it so we can do everything we can to prevent a tragedy from happening there. And I'd like to tonight get that move forward, but also have a timeline so that we can assure that if we're putting things out to bid, I just want to make sure that we're getting this done in an efficient manner.
Agreed. So just for clarification process, we would essentially put it out an RFP to do the project. We would pay the project. Property owner would then be required to reimburse.
Correct.
And if they fail to reimburse, then a lien would be imposed.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just going through trying to, I think, I would be willing to, put forward a motion that basically direct council to, or direct our county administrator to open up and post an RFP, probably 3 weeks, 21 days.
Okay.
And that would give us time to receive those, go through them, and then by our first meeting of March, we would have that in front of us to be able to make a decision on which RFP we'd like to move forward with.
Okay.
If you're good with that,
Yep.
Okay.
That's perfect.
I'll move that that we direct county administrator to open an RFP process for an abatement for 18835 Montbretia Lane, Brookings, Oregon, and to allow for 21 days for the process to be closed after 21 days.
Okay.
I will second.
All right, motion and second, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, motion passes 3-0. Okay, next up is appoint a member to the CCD board. That was a position held by former Commissioner Herzog, I believe, wasn't it?
Yes, so they reached out to me earlier this week asking, they asked if I would join the board. I said I obviously I can't just make that unilateral decision. It's an appointed position from our entire board, and I told them that I would get it onto our agenda.
Okay.
So thank you.
So they've already been in contact with you? Okay.
So question, one of the things is, what does the CCD board do, right? The CCD board it's a pretty unique board. They work alongside with Miranda a lot, and what they do is they identify business needs and try to assist in driving or bringing different business to the area, assisting businesses to become stronger. They assisted a lot of different businesses.
So a friend and I who started our nonprofit together a couple of years ago, very much heavily relied on CCD to help us get that nonprofit group started, and then they also helped provide us with funding avenues to get the ball rolling for us. And it was, and what most people know is it's 100% free.
Yeah,
it's 100% free to use CCD, and they were fantastic.
Yeah, they're voted one of the best agencies available, and so it is an important position. So.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to appoint
Yep.
Commissioner Trost to the CCD board.
And I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion passes 3-0.
Commissioner Toast.
All right, let's see, what's next?
FEMA hazard.
FEMA hazard grant.
Emergency Manager Jeff Hughes had emailed myself and Ted on, I guess it was Monday, and he had received an email from a program director for Oregon Partnerships of Disaster Reliance from the University of Oregon, just giving him a heads up saying that we had applied for a hazardous mitigation grant. This grant is what is paying for our evacuation plan. And really just wanted to give Jeff the heads up. So when this, Jeff forwarded it on to me, when we looked at it back in September of 2022, former treasurer signed a statement of assurance meeting for non-federal cost share, saying that the county will use general funds to provide a local match share for the project plan. These funds are immediately available, he said. So obviously he doesn't have the authority at that time even to bind the county and or allocate general fund dollars for this. This is a project that is ongoing. I guess after speaking with Ted, I think what we're looking for is a post.
Yeah, like retroactive ratification of that grant, since we've already, we've created the document, we need to have the commission actually accept the grant and so that we can get reimbursed.
And I also want you to know that, again, this is general fund dollars that we have very little of at this point because we've allocated a lot of our general fund dollars. So as we're going into revised budget, I will, if you guys approve such, I will see where we can get the match dollars out of unspent funds this far in any other fund that we can pay this.
Okay. What's the amount on that again?
So it's it's a 10% match. It looks like it's $12,500. That was their estimated match at that time. But again, this is in 2022, so the project is still ongoing. It looks like sometime in 25 is when the project needs to be completed. So I don't know if inflation has anything to do with what the actual cost is going to be, but at that point, that's what they.
Would Title III funds be the adequate area of funding
No,
that
it
we
will
would
not.
provide?
No, because Title III funds you have to plan for ahead of time.
Okay.
Yes.
And they're fairly restricted.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, so we're looking for a motion to approve.
Retroactively approve.
The receiving of this grant.
Yeah.
Okay. I will move that we retroactively approve receiving the FEMA hazard grant.
And I will second.
Right, motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, motion passes 3-0.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is J, quote for countertops in the hearing room.
So this, I think a lot of this probably sits somewhat on me. I had asked Charles and Director Fitzgerald if get a bid on replacing the countertops in the hearing room. The bid was way too much for what we can do. So I would advocate that we do not move forward with this
We only got one bid. That was, it was looking, we were just interested in what the cost would be.
Yeah.
So we'll go out and look at, I mean, something a lot more affordable will be.
Yeah.
Looking at,
And
go ahead, sorry.
using materials that we can actually do in-house and things of that nature.
Yeah.
I will say that they have been making great progress. Right now, I think we're at a total cost outside of our own staff time is less than like $300.
Rabia was saying something that you can, if you use hot glue and Cheerios, you can create a surface that's really close to Formica.
Pinterest has some great ideas.
So we would also be interested in if anybody has some really cool, beautiful wood, myrtle wood, Port Orford cedar, or anything like that, that they would like to donate as well. That is always welcomed. So we can keep our costs down, et cetera.
Yes, but it's definitely coming together.
Okay, we'll get on that.
All right, so no action taken on that.
No.
Next up, public safety update. We do not have anyone here from the sheriff's office, so there is no public safety update. So, Director of County Operations update.
A couple of things. So I got a letter from from Teamsters 223 in late January stating that their position is that the county commissioners have the right and authority to appoint every position in every department. However, the county commissioner, they felt that two actions had been taken by the commissioners. One, modifying our personnel rules to include everyone, all employees, not just, I mean, all employees, including the sheriff's department employees, back in, that was, I want to say November perhaps, that happened. And then also, there was a directive that Human Resources would be working with any hiring, firing, discharge, or discipline action relating to Sheriff's Department employees. Human Resources would be involved.
Well, that was related to any county department.
What?
They would be involved with any
department.
Yeah.
And that union took the position that they thought that was usurping the sheriff's role, as the sheriff has the unilateral authority to discipline his employees. And so I wrote back to them today and I said that the county does agree that the sheriff does have the unilateral authority to discipline his employees. But what people seem to be missing is that the sheriff also has the obligation as the person in charge of that department under current case law, and I cited the case for him.
Daniels versus Board.
No, it's a
different one.
It's a different one. It is.
But basically, the obligation to enforce.
The obligation to enforce civil service agreements, which is that's another term for personnel rules, or collective bargaining agreements. We have both of those. Yeah, both. Yeah. Both of those are the sheriff's responsibilities. So I sent that off to the union, and I pointed out that particular position that the county holds is probably the position that the union should hold, since that is in the union, the represented members' best interest in all regards. It protects their interests. So anyway, that was that update. The only other thing that I have is that when I was talking to Bree Klein after the hearing the other day, she said, she's been contacted, because she put this thing on Facebook, and she's been contacted by a bunch of people, and she said, a lot of people have ideas that can help the county, and everybody's discussed these ideas and they've been brought forward, but we haven't been collecting them, because the same ideas keep being brought up, and some of them might work and some of them we've already exhausted. And it would be good if we're going to have a public Facebook page, that might be a thing to have on the page so that people could, put their ideas there, and then you could respond and say, this is something we could look into, or this is something we have looked into, or this won't work because it's illegal. I saw one the other day where somebody said, why why don't we just take the marijuana money from the city of Brookings and give it to the sheriff? Well, it's because it's city of Brookings revenue, but you sort of have to, and it is complicated, but you need to explain all those things, and it might make it easier for people to get to a conclusion if they could see that these ideas have already been discussed.
Well, and the same thing that I've heard over and over and over again as well is, why don't we put a tax on the gas within the county for law enforcement? Well, the county only has one gas station. The rest of them are within the cities.
But we could, and it might be equitable to do that, since all the other gas stations have taxes on them, right?
Sure.
Wouldn't be a lot of money, but a little money here and a little money there, and it all
makes a difference.
But I want people to understand that not every single gas station within the confines of our county are eligible for us to be able to implement that on.
And it's also a little restricted to, I believe that gas tax is somewhat restricted to road improvement. So, just keep that in mind, that it's not an unrestricted fund tax, like it's much like TLT. So.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay.
All right, elected official updates. There's no other elected officials here. So Commissioner update, Commissioner Trost.
Well, it was a long meeting.
It's not over yet. We still have executive session.
Right. I'm just trying to make it as long as I can here.
Pick the right guy.
No, I mean, it was a jam-packed agenda. There was a lot going on. We have a lot of moving parts. I'm glad that we were able to discuss those, listen to all the public feedback today. There was, it's probably the most public comment cards we've had in a long, long time. Yeah, so, I mean, I look forward to further engagement and discussion, and finding some resolution in some of these issues in moving forward. So I appreciate the community input.
Commissioner Hollinger?
Yeah, it was nice to have a lot of the community out here. It was nice to hear a lot of the opinions that came forth tonight. I think a lot of the opinions that were presented tonight were they're definitely jumping the gun on what we have going on and what our thoughts and what our visions are for proper stewardship of our federal lands and holding those accountable for proper management. And I'm not, and don't misconstrue this, I'm not saying that us here locally are all the problem with our agencies. A lot of this comes much further up the food chain, and that very much in a way puts handcuffs on our locals and prevents them from being able to get in and do proper and effective management the way they want to do it, the same way we want to do it. So what we're trying to do is open the door for less restriction through constitutional law to be able to do those items appropriately and effectively and efficiently and make money in the meantime with the resources that are available to us. So we will have that workshop next week where we can dive into this more, of course, and I very much welcome that, and I very much welcome everybody's going to attend that. And tonight very much is a vision that I hope everybody is watching, that we're not just behind closed doors, not accessible. Through this whole agenda tonight, we were trying to be as absolutely transparent as possible with you guys, so that you know where we stand. You know that we're working on cleaning things up. You know that we're working on restructuring our county and enforcing our policies, and enabling that going forward is what our county needs. It's that fresh start. So that's all I have.
I'll be brief. It was really nice to have the community input we had tonight, but I would ask the community to be more involved in all of the other things and issues that we face, because it would be helpful. It would be helpful to get that feedback. We had a workshop on the TLT tax, nobody came. We've had other workshops where nobody comes. We face many ongoing issues, and nobody comes until it directly affects that specific group of people, and then there's an outrage or people are upset, and they come and get upset with us. But I would just encourage people to follow what we're doing and be involved. We want you to be involved. I want you to be involved. I want to talk to you. I want you to come to my office. I want you to tell me what your thoughts are. That it really helps making decisions. And the last thing is, when you see something on our agenda, like tonight, there was a quote for countertops to the hearing room. It doesn't mean we're going to approve it. It means we're going to talk about it. But yet, it goes all over on social media. Commissioners approved $5,000 for countertops, and we don't have any money. And well, we didn't do that. But it's out there. It's just frustrating. It's just really frustrating.
Well, we're trying to do our best to do as much due diligence as possible.
Sure are.
To save the county money and to protect the county from liability.
We sure are. So again, I appreciate everybody who came tonight. It sounds like I will have a couple meetings out of that. I've already got a couple emails, people wanting to meet with me on Monday, so that's great. And hopefully we can keep that going. That's all I have now. Executive session.
Keena has decided to withdraw her request for executive session. I didn't tell you till you finished your comments so that we can then end the meeting.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay.
You want someone to say something else?
We need executive session?
I still kind of want to discuss it.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
no, it's legit.
Irrespectful of respectful of your point, but I mean, just the entirety of it, I think warrants discussion, in my opinion.
We will have an executive session. Yeah, we will take a 5-minute break to give you guys a chance to get on the road.
Oh, it's right behind.
The executive session script, Bill, please.
Okay, it is 9:42, and we are back in our open session and moving into executive session. The Curry County Board of Commissioners will now meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660 parentheses 2 parentheses H, which allows the board to meet in executive session to consult with counsel concerning the legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to current litigation likely to be filed. Representatives of the news media are designated, and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience are asked to leave the room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about the subjects discussed during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session. At the end of executive session, we will return to open session and welcome the audience back to the room. Thank you. All right, we are out of executive session and we are back into open session, and it's 10:12.
I move to adjourn.
And I will second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, motion passes 3-2, nothing. And this meeting is adjourned.
Yay.